Let's do it. Come on in. Come on in now. So, Auntie Leah can do a thing. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Salute, salute, salute. Welcome to Kickin' It with Auntie Leah and the Truth Gang. I'm so glad you decided to come back tonight by the channel. Right now, we're just going to wait on some more family members to get here before we get started. I'm going to ask you to please like the live and share the live. I'm going to share the live right now, guys.
Mama cried when the sirens came. Another young soul gone, another family change. We march for the truth, but the pain remains. Different faces, same story, just a different name. We grew up hearing freedom reign, but freedom feels different when you're fighting for everything. Working 2 jobs, still can't pay the bills, while the wealthy get richer from the top of the hill. Turn on the news and what do we see?
Everybody, please share the live.
Less unity. They tell us be
patient
and wait our turn, but how many generations gotta live and learn? We've been knocked down, pushed aside, told to be silent when our people cry. But there's a fire that they can't control. A strength is buried deep within our soul.
The patience is appreciated.
Hold your head up high. Don't let this world convince you not to try. Struggle through the pain. We'll keep standing in the pouring rain. Hey, they can build walls, they can close doors, but they can't stop what we're
everybody in the bushes, thank you so much.
We are the voice, we are the
1 more minute to get started.
And together we'll keep up this fight. Children growing up without a chance, caught in a system that won't advance. Schools underfunded, dreams put on hold, while promises fade and stories grow old. Mothers praying every night that the babies make it home all right. Fathers working till their hands are born, trying to get their families a better morn. Still we rise when they expect us to
fall. I know some more people to get here.
Still we answer when our people call. Still we love when they give us hate. Still we believe it's not too late.
Just a moment. Thank you so much.
It's the reason the past, but the scars of yesterday still last. Red lines drawn through neighborhoods, broken promises dressed up as good. We watch dreams get pushed aside, watch too many mothers cry, watch too many candles burn, while the world keeps taking turns. Did our ancestors pave the way through darker nights and harder days? They carry faith when hope was thin, and that's the reason we're still here. So teach the children who they are, not what the doubters say they are. Kings and queens with purpose inside, born with dignity, born with pride. I see the pain, I see the tears. I see the battles fought for years.
Salute to everybody in the bushes.
I see the names we can't forget.
The
family still demanding respect. I see the voices crying out, asking what justice is about. But I also see strength. I also see grace.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you for just being patient with me. We always try to wait because, you know, YouTube and Facebook and Kick, they do suppress this type of content because they don't want the truth out there. They don't want us fighting for justice. They don't want us talking about things that basically that concern our community, people that look like me. They want us to shut up. So they don't send out the notifications. And so we have to fight for views most of the time and fight, you know, with people to just to make sure that they know that we are alive. But we are alive. And tonight we will be discussing Nolan Wells. Shout out to everybody in the bushes, everybody in the comments. I appreciate you. We are live on 3 different platforms. We are live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube, and we are live on Kick. And I appreciate each and every one of you. We're gathered here tonight, of course, to talk about Nolan, and then I'm back. I'm going to also get over into some Carmelo Anthony as well. Let's have a conversation. I mean, they want us to shut up. They want his story to basically die down. Just like, Carmelo Anthony, they want his story to die down. That's why we have all of these bullies in our comments section on a daily basis, just stirring up strife. It's almost like they want a race war. For what? We just want to know what happened to Nolan Wells. And we also just want fairness in the Carmelo Anthony trial. That's all we're doing. I mean, we're called racist, and I'm like, do you not know the definition of racism? Because what you're saying it's not it. Like, I don't hate all white people. I don't understand. I hate racist people, but I darn for sure don't hate all white people. I've been saying that. I've said it over and over again. There's some beautiful white people in the world, and they stand in solidarity with us because they see our pain. They see that we are oppressed, and they see the injustice done to our people. So we're going to start out tonight by watching the Nancy Grace premiere tonight, but we got about 8 minutes before it starts. So I want to know, and I'm going to ask Mississippi, why haven't you given Dr. Mitchell the rest of Nolan's body parts so that he can examine the throat and try to come to a determination? You already have yours completed and you sealed it. I really don't understand why that they are not allowing him to examine what he's missing so he can conclude his autopsy. Does that make sense, anybody? Salute, Sam. Right? I mean, I agree with that, Samuel. Samuel says it will continue to happen until we come back to laws, statutes, and commandments. Explain that. What do you mean? Salute, Yo Mocha. And Just Mona, hey, y'all. Salute. And Temper was here. I think he's gone. And we got people in the background. Half of them probably trolls. Here to probably troll us in the comments. But, we're so, I don't know, used to it. You know what I mean? That it just doesn't make any sense. And then you got trolls in the comments trying to say that this Carmelo Anthony thing is over when it simply is not. Now the appeal process will go on. I mean, it takes time to get through it. It's not something that happens overnight. We know that. But it was filed. It was filed even before the motion for new trial had taken place. So it is in line, and we're just waiting. Simple as that. It is what it is. Okay, so Truth Seeking says, by keeping the specific parts away from the independent examiner chills the story clearly of what happened. I think I understand what you're trying to say. I think so. And Just Mona says, peace. I walked away. My apologies. No problem. We're just waiting on basically the video to start. We got roughly about 6 more minutes before I want to hear this update. And we always love to watch it together on my channel. So that is what we're waiting on. Today, I saw, Eddie Palzik, the one of the attorneys, the SMUC attorney for Tyler Jackson Morgan. He's tagging Nancy Grace now. Yeah, that was interesting. We got some other updates as well. The Wansleys have added another attorney to their team, and also an update regarding the letter, the pre-sue letter that SMUC Palzik, Little Eddie, and Tyler Cox sent Al Sharpton, and Al Sharpton was like, bring it. So, and now Eddie's trying to act like that Al Sharpton has backing down. I have not seen any evidence of that. I just think Eddie's a troll. I've never seen attorneys troll. It's something about that guy. It really is that really gets next to me. Let's see what else is going on. True Seeking says holding back the neck and the lungs from the independent examiner clearly tells what happened. We know what they're holding back and why they're holding it. Yeah. And it's not drowning. I don't believe it's drowning. That's just my opinion. I don't believe it's drowning because if it was a clear cut drowning incident, they would have released those parts a long time ago. They've been asking um, for the doctor to be able to come and examine, the throat parts and things of that nature, the notes from the first autopsy that can kind of explain the condition of the lungs and the stomach content since when they received the body, the organs were already cut up, right? So they couldn't tell if organ of water was in his lungs or not because the organs had already been dissected. They're not releasing anything. And it's been almost 2 months. Yeah, they want us to think, oh, this is the normal process. But I found more than one case where Mississippi has came out and gave the autopsy results in the manner of death prior to the grand jury. What's different about the Nolan Wells case? And then if you go back and you listen to the interviews, and guys, we got less than 3 minutes, and then Nancy will get started. That Warren did. You hear Jax say the same thing that Warren said. Now, Warren said his very first interview with Tatum, he said, when we got back in, Nolan didn't ask for his phone. I'm like, when you got back from where? You ran in from where? That's what Warren said. We ran in and Nolan didn't ask for his phone. You can't run on water. So where did you run in when you get back? And Nolan must have been with you, right? Because you said he didn't ask for his phone. Now, if you go to the last interview that Jax Morgan and Warren did, Jax is the one sitting in the center. He said the same thing. And Warren interrupted him, like kind of switched it up. He says, and when we got in, Nolan didn't ask for his phone. When you got in where, Jax? When you got in where? Crazy work, guys. They're slipped up on. And I know for a fact, I don't believe, I just put it like this. It's some inconsistencies in their stories, and I got questions. And we all have a right to ask questions without fear of being defamed. Eddie don't want nothing I got because I don't have nothing. So, okay, he gonna skip right over me and try to sue Al Sharpton and Nancy Grace, and Don Lemon and people with huge platforms that have, like Kumo said, the ones with the pockets. I'm not afraid. I'm asking, where did you run? First of all, Warren, how did y'all run in? And Nolan was with you when you ran in. So y'all had to make it back to land, according to that statement, because Jack said the same thing. When we got in, Nolan didn't ask for his phone. Right? That's what he said. Go back and look. Go back and study those interviews. Go back. I guarantee you're going to hear the same thing I did, and Nancy should be starting here soon. We'll get back to that conversation right after Nancy Grace. We got to study those interviews and take notes. And every contradiction, write it down. And ask the question every day. Every single day. Don't let them forget that. Let them know that we know what you said. Because not only Warren said it, so did Jax. Morgan wasn't there. Morgan had left 5 minutes before. All right. I cannot play that music. I have to wait until it gets through. But Morgan left 5 minutes, allegedly, or according to his own statement, before the Triton and Bart's boat, right? I don't even know why he was on the interview. Where's Wyatt? Where's Bart? Where's the other? Where's Bart's brother Brooks? Where's Warren's little brother? Why is Warren's little brother talking? Why isn't the other 17 people that was on in their crowd saying anything? Something ain't right. And then when you go back to Javon's interview, the very first one he did, we're going to bring that up. I'm going to let you hear something. Something popped out to me. It's very important to revisit those interviews, guys. So we probably should do that together.
Nolan Wells bombshell. A witness tells us tonight, I went with Nolan's mother to the coroner's office, and this is what I saw. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. Nolan is dead.
Could it be a decompositional change? Could it be something else like blunt force injury? It's hard to say at this point in time.
I find it very difficult to believe, Dr. Kendall Crowns, that not one, but two medical examiners cannot figure out why he had deep red subcutaneous markings. Joining us tonight, an all-star panel, but first straight to a special guest, Josh Gill with the Cajun Navy, who, as you know, searched for Nolan's body. Josh, thank you for being with us. The
Morning, ma'am.
day unfolded when Nolan's body was found very bizarrely. You were there. I'm going to get to your trip to the coroner's office along with the family, but I want you to start at the beginning. What happened at the beginning of that day? We believe that Nolan likely died on July the 4th. Let's start with the day that Nolan's body was found and that you ended up at the coroner's office. Start at the beginning.
So early that morning, I deployed some resources. I deployed an aircraft, fixed-wing aircraft that wheels up at 0635, as you can see right there from the photographs. I was on my way to the Lake Mars boat launch. That's where the Tactical Operations Center was set up. And I received a phone call. Received that phone call from the Sheriff's Department that a body had been found. Didn't say who it was. I was probably 15 minutes out from the location. I then received a phone call within minutes after the conversation from the sheriff's office from Nolan's mother, Christine. And she was frantic. Again, that mother's intuition, she knew what was going on. So I'm meeting at the boat launch. I was there about 15 minutes ahead of time. Had conversations
Hold on just one moment.
Sheriff.
Hold on.
Yep.
For those of you just joining us,
Yep.
Josh Gill is with us. He is the United Cajun Navy Incident Commander in the search for Nolan Wells. You stated that you received a phone call from Nolan's mother, Christine. You said she was frantic. What was she saying?
So again, I'm going to paraphrase. She said that they had found him, that they had found a body. My biggest concern at that exact moment was to make sure that she was safe, that she had, a safe way to get there, because it was the beginning of what's more than likely to be the worst day of her life. Again, so continuing on.
Hold on. Josh, you got me drinking from the fire hydrant here. Every word you're saying sparks 100 questions. So
Sure.
Nolan Wells' mother calls you. Okay. Where was she when she called?
She was en route to the boat launch as well. We were meeting there
Okay.
For the search.
Okay. Had she been told that a body had been found?
Yeah, when she called me, so we had earlier communication, but via text, when she called me, she told me that a body had been found. She had been notified by the Sheriff's Department.
Oh, gosh. No wonder she was frantic. So she calls you. She's just been told by the sheriff a body has been found. She calls you. You're going to the boat launch. What boat launch? Where?
That's the Lake Mars boat launch.
Why there?
So that's where the operation was set up. That's where the search operations, the Tactical Operations Center was there. They had a mobile command unit, and the multiple entities and agencies were basing their operations out of there. So what it is a boat launch. Again, they could launch rather quickly. It's a protected area to launch and then make that run to Horn Island. and the surrounding areas.
Okay. So you agreed with her. Did she ask you to meet at the boat launch?
Oh, she knew I was going to that boat launch, and she actually asked me early that morning, where we were going to meet. And I told her, here's the best place. Here's where the operation is beginning.
Okay.
It was a secured location by the sheriff's department. So, that's where they were running their operation on. And that's a common practice.
Question. Do you know why Nolan's mother wanted you to go with her to Horn Island?
So we had communication. She called me, literally called me. We had a voice conversation that Sunday morning, about 7:00, 7:30. She had called and asked for some assistance. After that phone call, I asked to memorialize all of our conversations so I could go back and look at information. And that's not uncommon
What kind
for
of
families to call
assistance did
us
she
and
need?
ask us. Find my son. There it is.
So she asked you to help find her son, that assistance. Okay, got it. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, so she asked for that assistance, find my son, find Nolan. Started gathering information on who he is, who he was with, where he was. She made it very clear that he was with some friends, that they had been on Horn Island. So then I start launching resources immediately. And then
Okay,
after I
hold on
launched the
right there.
resources,
Hold on. Josh, what
Yep.
specifically did she say about him going to Horn Island with friends, if you can recall?
So she said that he went to Horn Island with friends. It's July 4th, and Horn Island's a location that's well known and well visited by people partying and hanging out for July 4th. It's a huge boating community, and that was the location where boats congregate and enjoy the 4th.
Okay, so she says he went to Horn Island on the 4th with friends. Got it. Okay. So you meet at the boat ramp. And when you first saw her, what was her demeanor?
So she came to me. She gets out of the vehicle, comes to me, gives me a big hug. Again, it's a mother who her intuition is that her body was just found. So obviously sad.
According to what we learned, the moment she gets out of the vehicle, she runs straight to you and is hyperventilating.
Absolutely. She came straight to
What
me.
happened?
20 people. She gives me a big hug and starts crying. And look, I'm a softie. I started crying with her. We literally sat in the parking lot on the ground in the gravel for probably 15 minutes. And we had some pretty deep discussions. She cried. I cried with her, and her husband was there as well. And I want to say this, that he's a very stoic individual, and he stood there with his hand on both of our shoulders and was a part of everything. It was one of those moments you don't forget.
What was she saying? I mean, in a moment like that, how do you console a mother, Josh, that has been told by this disembodied voice on the phone, we found a body? I mean, what was she saying? Did she not want to believe it was Nolan? Did she believe it was Nolan? At this point, she had not ID'd a body yet. Nobody had identified that this was Nolan. Was she holding out hope? What was going on?
She knew. Again, mother's intuition is strong. It's very strong. In her heart, she knew. As far as what she was saying, why is always the question, She asked God, why? And the rest of the conversations were just, memories real quick. And I'm assuming everything was just flashing in front of her eyes because, again, it's the beginning of the hardest time of her life. Losing her son. I was there just to console her and to help anyone I possibly could.
What was the dad saying, if anything?
He was, he was really quiet. He was a quiet gentleman, but his physical presence afforded hers, made her feel safe. And I will say that, he stood there with us, on the ground. He's there. And his presence said a lot, and it meant a lot to his wife, to Miss Christine. And again, that's a tough time for him as well.
So she's crying. You state that she knows deep inside that that body is her boy, her son. you start crying, did you remain standing in the parking lot or did you sit down?
No, ma'am. Like I said, when she first came to me, she gave me a big hug, and I wrapped my arms around her, and we sat down. We sat very quickly. We remained seating for quite some time to have that discussion, say
On
a
the
prayer. I
parking
did
lot?
pray with her right there. Yes, ma'am. On the ground, in the
You-
gravel.
Y'all were sitting
Right.
on the.
Yeah.
And you said she was hyperventilating. You sit on the ground. I believe I heard you say that you started praying.
Always. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Was she
And the
praying that it
so-
wasn't
and-
Nolan?
So, and again, I'm paraphrasing and going from the best of my memory. It was more of a prayer for peace and comfort is what I did. And I always ask for that and then for answers, and I prayed Godspeed if it is Nolan, and, for the Lord to put his protecting hands over us and everything that we do, and to be with this family and this mother, especially during these hard times. It's an emotional time.
I cannot even imagine. I'm trying to get my head around the picture of you and Miss Christine sitting on the ground in a parking lot with her crying after just been told we found a body, and she knows it's Nolan.
Well, sure.
I thank God that you were there. I thank God that you and Nolan's dad were there to help her. I don't know how she even stood up. How did you get her to stand up?
So it was about 15 minutes we were there on the ground, and a couple times the sheriff came up and he saw what was going on, and the sheriff's staff, and they understood that it was one of those moments where we need some space. She finally, and I hate to say she called her composure because it was an emotional time for me as well as the father, and it's, we stood up and the sheriff came over and, he started discussing what the
help her
process
up?
would be. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
I don't know
Yes.
how she even stood up.
By the
Okay,
grace
so
of
you help
God.
her up off the ground. Yeah. Okay, then what happens?
So a family and friends started to arrive, and the security let them in, and the sheriff came up, and the sheriff again, he had to help deliver that news, that a body was found, and do his formal, and I hate to say notification because at this point he didn't say if it was Nolan or not, but he explained that a body was found and where they would be bringing that body to. And from there, the family gathered, and it was, I'd say, a matter of 15, 20 minutes, maybe. We were then escorted. Christine asked me to accompany them to the coroner's office, which I was extremely honored to do so. And then the sheriff's department escorted us to that coroner's office.
Can I ask you something, Josh? When the sheriff came over, was it the sheriff or a deputy sheriff?
It was the sheriff.
The sheriff.
He
comes over
Yes, ma'am.
and formally tells her what she was already told on the phone. A body has been found. Had the body already been taken to the coroner's office?
It was en route. So it was en route to the coroner's office, and he told us, he told Christine, here's what's going on. Here's where you need to go for further information. And again, extremely professional, extremely polite. And the biggest word I can use was he was compassionate. His staff was extremely compassionate. I can't take that
How
away
was
from him.
she at that moment? Was she just numb? Did she ask questions, or did she just stand there and take it? What was her response to the sheriff coming over face to face telling her we found a body? Because, a lot of times, this from all of the bodies that you have helped recover. Guys, joining me is Josh Gill. He's our special guest tonight with the United Cajun Navy. He's the incident commander, and he was in on the search for Nolan from the beginning, and he went to the coroner's office along with the family, along with the mother and the father. So when the sheriff was, I guess, formally delivering this to her, a lot of people, when they hear it on the phone, they don't want to believe it. I didn't when it happened to me. I thought, did I get that wrong? So he comes up and tells her to her face, and there's no way to mistake what he's saying. He's right there in front of her. How did Miss Christine respond?
Just as any parent would respond. Tears, shocked, disbelief, I think are some good words. But again, I don't want to take away from the compassion and the professionalism of the sheriff's department at that point. And there were more people coming up, right? And at that point, the sheriff had conversation with the mother again, and the family, and just explained the process on what was going to happen next as far as where Nolan was going, and then moving from there. But I do want to add that, during these conversations, I reiterated to the mother and, Mr. Elmore, that Nolan will be treated with the utmost dignity and respect through the process. I wanted to explain that because that's something that parents always need to hear. Family members, that their loved one will be treated with dignity and respect.
So you guys make it to the coroner's office. What happens when you get to the coroner's office and Nolan's body is already there?
Correct. So we go to the coroner's office, we sit down. The coroner, he comes in, rather quickly, 10, 15 seconds once the table was filled with all the people, family members, friends, myself.
What table? Were you in a conference room?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. A conference room
gosh,
table.
At the medical examiners or the coroners, everything is so sterile. And everyone I've ever been to.
So this was like an office conference room. You walk right in the door and there it was. Didn't really have that feeling of a coroner's office, if that's fair to say. More like a business office conference room. He walks in, very polite gentleman, very professional, well-spoken, soft-spoken as well. And, basically said that, they found a body, and from initial appearance, he identified him as Nolan. He did want to take a DNA swab or get a DNA sample from the family just for, further confirmation and for, I guess, record keeping, whatever it was. But then he also, she asked about the condition, and he went into, there were no immediate signs of foul play. Okay. To me, again, my opinion in hearing this is, no signs of blunt force trauma, or any, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, any, signs of foul play. Look, we would consider that.
Well, I guess they hadn't seen that big red mark on the back of his occipital yet, underneath the skin. And I take it at this juncture, Josh, his throat had not been dissected to look for potential subcutaneous bruising. So
Sure.
You're telling me that from a cursory look at Nolan Wells's body, there was no sign of foul play, such as a stab wound or a bullet wound or bruises, deep gouges on the head. That, in my experience, having tried so many homicide cases, I cannot count them, is what you get from a cursory look at a body. Would you agree?
So, correct. I'm not a medical examiner nor a coroner. I have gathered information and heard multiple people speak on that, especially about the red spot, right? We'll quote unquote call it the red spot. And as I appreciate that may be pooling or whatever, it could possibly be cellular decomposition. Again, I'm not a medical examiner or a coroner, but I do know what the coroner said at that immediate, that first meeting with him.
Let's get back to what happened in that conference room. So you're there, the mom's there, the dad's there, the coroner comes in, very calm, very soft-spoken, and tells Miss Christine that he believes it's Nolan based on physical appearance and description. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
What was her reaction? Because if it were me,
Again,
I would have been holding out. It's not him. It's not him. It's somebody that looks like him. I don't believe it's him. He's out there. If I can just get out of here, I can go find him. What was her reaction?
again, it was quiet, and it was a very emotional time for the family as well. I personally believe at that point she accepted that it was him.
Why do you say
and
that?
started
You must have observed something that makes you say that.
again, it just actions, and not denial, not beating on the table. It's not him. It's not him. Let's go. Let's keep looking. Um, and her being in the medical profession as well as I believe, a nurse practitioner.
Mm-hmm.
I think I will never say the word accept. She understood that what was being told to her. Right. Yeah. I'm
Was
not a
she
parent.
still crying?
I don't have any. Absolutely. She still cries to this day. And look, so I want to make this very clear to everybody that I support Christine in what she's doing. There's not a playbook that's written for a grieving mother who doesn't know what happened to her son. And I truly hope and pray every day,
Same.
as well as my organization does, that she finds peace and comfort, and she's able to accept.
And you know what else, Josh?
Whatever the results are.
I don't know.
Yes.
How this would have unfolded if it had not been for the United Cajun Navy. I'm just putting that out there. For some reason, y'all have been gotten so much hate, but you guys were out there at the get-go. You're the one that went with Miss Christine to the coroner's office. You were there. You're the one that helped her stand up off the ground when she was sitting on that pavement crying. That was you, United Cajun Navy.
Yes, ma'am.
I support her too, and my fondest dream is that we find out that this was an accident. But until we get to that point, this investigation must go on. So he comes in and tells her that. Then what happens?
So there were some questions, right? He asked the family if there was anything they needed to know. And I asked a question, and the question I asked was, can you please explain the process on where Nolan's going to go, what's going to happen from there? And he did. He explained that he would be going to the crime lab, I believe it was, on what was going on for further autopsy. Again, and I'm paraphrasing this. And we all understood it. We understood that what was going to happen, where it was going, and what would happen from there. Again, and I have to say this and reiterate this, that the family was in shock. I mean, it's horrible news to receive. I can't imagine it. I'm an empath, and I still can't possibly imagine how it feels to receive that information that your son is no longer, here or with the family, no matter what the outcome is. Here's the issue, though, is that we have to be prepared to accept and understand what's told to us as far as results of, the grand jury or whatever it is. I want to make sure that people understand the prayers for peace and comfort are there daily for this family, as well as the nation, because this is a hard time for the nation and Ocean Springs in particular.
What happened then? You asked about the procedure. Let me make sure I understand this. The coroner identified Nolan based on description, because I've seen a photo, which we have not shown, of Nolan's body where it washed up. Well, I say washed up. That's really a term of art. I don't know that he washed up. I don't know how his body got right there, because it seems to me it was half in the sand and half in the water, right? So I don't know how it got there. That said, he made this ID based on the description given to him of Nolan, but wasn't the actual ID made from dental records?
So I don't know. I don't know what the actual ID was made from, if it was from dental records or if it was a DNA swab. He did discuss collecting DNA with the mother before we left. I did not witness that.
Were you there when the DNA was collected?
I was not. I don't know how they caught it, how they got it. But it was a discussion. But again, the coroner was confident, and his confidence level was high that was Nolan. And I think that's what Miss Christine wanted to do, or wanted to understand. And the reason being, I think that there's that professional courtesy of, understanding he's the coroner. She is a nurse practitioner, and he wouldn't tell her those things if it was not in his heart.
Okay, so Nancy is doing her commercial. So what do you all think? I mean, I do appreciate the fact that Nancy is trying to show the world Miss Christine's reaction because they have tried to villainize her since day one. I don't like commercials, guys, so I always stop and then I'll reconvene once Nancy stops doing her commercial. But I think I can appreciate that. Um, I don't know what angle it is, but maybe she is trying to humanize her because you have so many people that are saying, "Oh, she's not sad enough. She's not mad enough." So Nancy did give us a glimpse just by talking to this gentleman of her first reaction, which was total, complete breakdown, heartbroken, distraught, paralyzing, you know, just sadness. I couldn't even imagine. So we're going to keep going with this and we'll talk about it. I just don't like commercials, guys. So I will mute them and ask the question. Let me know what you think in the comments because I do appreciate her getting that out of him. Because it's so many naysayers saying, "Oh, she's in it for the money." You know what I mean? And she's not sincere and she's not sad enough. Something's wrong. It's a lot of them saying it now. All right, let's get back.
Forward in the questioning of Josh Gill, incident commander, United Cajun Navy, with Miss Christine Nolan's mother at the time she was taken to the coroner's office. Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter, very quickly, wasn't Nolan identified through dental records? That's a yes, no, please.
Yes, ma'am. He was identified with dental records.
To Jeff Gentry joining us. Jeff, thank you for waiting so patiently. Forensic certified bloodstain pattern analyst, crime scene analyst, death investigator, author of Forensic Science. Jeff, why did they have to use dental records to identify Nolan Wells's body?
Nancy, usually dental records are used when other forms of identification cannot be utilized. So the first thing that we always try to do is to visually identify somebody. And if you have family there or friends or an ID, something to reference to visually identify the person, then that is the first step. So just getting a general idea of who they are. Then you want to move to a scientific form of identification. And that is something based on a scientific discipline. So there is proof that it is the person when it goes to court or additional questions are asked later. Your first form of scientific identification is fingerprints. That's always going to be the easiest and fastest. And if he had an ID or a driver's license, then there should be a fingerprint on file to be able to identify this person rather quickly. However, in this case, if he had been deceased for a day or two before he was found, then forms of scientific identification like fingerprints or even like a visual identification may not necessarily be available. So in those scenarios, then you move to alternate forms of identification like dental records. So that you would have to get the person's dental records from when they were alive to compare them against dental records taken when they're deceased at the autopsy. The last form of identification that's used, which is the most expensive and most time consuming, would be DNA. However, if you're going to take this case to court and it's going to be tried like a homicide, then you would probably want to use a form of identification like DNA because it's much more solid. You can verify with percentages how likely it is that the person is who you believe they are. So that's why dental records were most likely used in this case versus something simple and fast like fingerprints or visual identification.
Jeff Gentry can be found at evidenceoverassumption.com. Jeff, my takeaway from what you just said is they could not make a visual identification and they could not use fingerprints. You said those were the first two choices, then dental, then DNA. Why would they not be able to make a visual ID?
I'm assuming because he was outside and in the elements for a day or so. It's hot, it's July, it's very warm weather. However,
Well, if the coroner was really confident in his identification, I see where she's going with this line of questioning because now I'm thinking, so the coroner right off the bat said this is Nolan, but then you're saying that he couldn't make a visual. That doesn't make sense to me. But let's keep going.
In most cases where I have seen drownings where the person is underwater for a period of time, their body is pretty well preserved, unless we're talking about like multiple days, weeks that this person is underwater. Usually the water is cooler temperature. And if that person is face down in the water or completely submerged, their body is pretty well preserved until they surface. Usually a body after a couple of days surfaces. So I'm really surprised that he was on the shore. I've never personally investigated a drowning case where a person just ends up on the shore, especially if there's not a strong current or waves. Usually in bodies of water, the person will stay in pretty much the location where they go underwater if it's witnessed. They don't usually move around much after they have submerged or gone underwater. So to me, it's very concerning that he was on the shore, or that his body surfaced that quickly. But that's what I am guessing is why they couldn't do an immediate visual identification with the family or even fingerprints. So I would really like to know more about the condition of the body. That's what I am assessing as a death investigator when I respond to a scene. So there should be a death investigation report from a death investigator who has experience looking at bodies and has experience examining these type of things to show exactly what his condition was when he was found. And if the body is decomposed more than what you would normally expect in a drowning case, that should be a big red flag. That's something that you definitely need to look into further.
So you're saying, let me follow up on what you just said. You find it odd that he was quasi on the shore. You also stated that location where the body is found is typically where they went under. You also said that the body must have been too decomposed to make a facial ID. I did not hear an explanation as to why fingerprint ID was impossible.
Fingerprint identification would be impossible if the hands were dried out to an extent where they can't be fingerprinted. Sometimes people that are underwater, or if the hands are underwater, the skin, just like if you're in the bathtub for a prolonged period of time, the skin ends up looking the same way. It just gets kind of wrinkled, and it's very hard to get a usable or workable fingerprint in those scenarios. So one scenario would be the body is too decomposed to get a fingerprint or a visual identification. And then the alternate scenario is the body or the hands were exposed to the water too long to where they just are not able to get a good workable print. So those are the different possibilities. But again, his position at the edge of the bank or partially in the water, that's really concerning because there's tons of people around that area. If he was in that position or on the shore decomposing for a day or so, why did nobody see him? Those would be my type of questions that I would ask if I were a death investigator responding to this scene.
Jeff, I'm looking right now at the photo of his body, and it's about, the beach is flat, and I would say it's about 3 to 4 feet from where there's nothing but sand, no water. It looks like it's at just as the water is starting, like you could walk in it very easily and your ankles may not even get wet. He's not out in the water at all. He's on the beach and on wet sand. That's the way to put it. It's wet sand. He's not out in the water, Jeff Gentry. What does that mean, if anything?
That's really abnormal. I would have a ton of questions in that case. I would wonder if there's no waves, no strong current, why is that body up on a shore? How did it get there? And just like when we're looking at blood evidence or other forms of evidence, if something is in a certain position within a scene, you have to question how it got there. I have investigated a lot of deaths, bodies in canals, rivers, lakes, large bodies of water, never really near the ocean to where you would expect somebody to wash up to shore. But in these cases, even though there's strong current, waves, large bodies of water, I've never really seen bodies up on a shore, especially up out of the water enough to where they could decompose significantly to where they can't be identified or can't be fingerprinted. So that would be a very big question that I would have in this case is, with the absence of waves, with the absence of a strong current, how in the world did this 19-year-old man end up on shore out of the water?
Josh, I'm going to pick back up with you and Nolan's family at the coroner's office, but you disagree with Jeff's characteristic. Explain.
Wind, wave, tides, currents. If you look, there's also there's some pictures, some aerial pictures that show driftwood way on the beach. Those four things are what impacted, as I appreciate, where Nolan ultimately ended up. If you look in one of those pictures, man, a wave is about to come right over and crest right near where the body's at. So that shows that there is some wave actions and some currents. The winds, the waves, the tides, the currents have a huge impact on, anything that's put into that water. It's known as the washing machine. It's a high tide, high current area. So that was the first things that I looked at whenever I saw that picture, and that is one of those pictures that I showed to the sheriff immediately as I received it. The stuff that's dark in that picture right there, I believe that's debris, and that debris could have easily or was washed up on that island. And if you look at the picture as well into the water, the white is that's wave action, either from wind, tides, or currents. So, and it's going towards the beach. When you walk down the beach and you find shells and you find, the bottle with a message in it, it gets washed up on the beach.
Okay, so I think in simple terms, you're saying you believe the body was washed up from the water to that location. Okay, and Gentry is saying typically a body is found where it goes in the water. So you're right. Tidal experts, water experts will have to determine that. I want to get back to you at the coroner's office. A dental exam was used to make the ID, which leads me to another question. If his face and his fingertips were so decomposed that they can't make an ID, then how do they know there was not bruising or there was not skin marks on his face, on his hands? That's a whole nother thing. You're not a medical examiner. I get it. But that's a question that needs to be answered back to you. The family, Miss Christine, the dad, were asked to provide DNA. Okay. You did not see the DNA taken, probably a buccal swab. What happened then?
So if I may add one thing, is I think that'd be a great question to ask the coroner is, how did he identify? Because he was pretty sure, in his best professional opinion, that was Nolan. And maybe he wanted the dental records just out of professionalism.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, isn't that one of the most definite ways to identify? Sure, and out of courtesy to the family, let's do it the easy way for you as well as to get the dental records. So moving forward, man, we left. We went to the house. There was a gathering at the house, and the people started to pour in, and it was a very emotional time. Again, the family, the friends and family that were there were extremely welcoming to myself. Todd Terrell also came he came within, 30 minutes. We stayed there for about 30 minutes. We had conversation with the mother, Mr. Elmore, and some of the other family members, and discussed a couple things with them. GoFundMe being one of them, and we wanted to assist with that as far as the development and helping to spread the word on that piece, as well as offer our services. And anything that we could possibly do to assist this family in this time of grief, we're there for them. Still there today. Anything that they possibly need, we're here to provide. If it's a shoulder to cry on, we're there. If she wants to get in an airplane or if she wants to get in a boat and go back out to Horn Island, we're there. We got it for her. She's been offered those services. We just want her to know and the family to know that we're there. We're 110% supportive because, again, there's no playbook on how to grieve the loss of a child.
All right, another commercial alert. So what do you all think? I think that I agree with the investigator, the death investigator, who says that he would find it odd to see that Nolan's body half was in the water and halfway on the wet sand, face down. I also agree with some of the comments that I'm going to read right after the show. One says when a body drowns, it sinks to the bottom and then it starts to decompose, and then the gases make the body rise up. I also agree with the Cajun Navy, with the riptides and stuff and things of that nature. However, the fact that the coroner said that he's confident that that's Nolan Wells, but then turns around and states, well, we can't really identify him visually or by fingerprints is odd to me. I think that contradiction is very odd to me because how were you so confident that it was Nolan in the beginning? So I don't know. I mean, they had conflicting clothes that he had on. One post said black shorts, another one said blue. So I don't know, guys. You tell me what you think in the comments. Hopefully Nancy will get through her
Nancy.net/Nancy and good luck. Josh, at that time when you were at Nolan's home after leaving the coroner's office with the family, was there any concern that there had been foul play?
It really didn't come up. It just didn't come up. I think that whole grieving process and it hit her hard when they got back to the house. At what point did potential foul play or the thoughts of foul play or the accusations come into mind? I don't know.
I think you're probably right that at that time she walks in, Josh, and she comes into a home where she knows her son will never be back in his room ever again. And when you see all the relatives and neighbors come in, it gets real. It's real.
It does.
And the pictures of Nolan are still out. I mean, all the family photos are there, and I don't know when it hits you that that's all you have going forward. That's it. Photos and memories. Photos and memories.
So, ma'am, if I can say one thing.
Please do.
I hear the emotion in your voice, right? I can hear it in your voice, and that's a sympathetic emotion for that mother, knowing that she has, at that point when she walked through that door, it became real, and it became the hardest day, the beginning of the hardest time of her life. Again, that's I pray every day for the peace and comfort. But ma'am, seeing that coming from you, and understanding the emotion behind it and what this lady's going through and what this family's going through and what the community's going through, it's very important. It's important to know that there's a lot of people that are extremely upset, and they lost a community member who was loved and cherished. So, it's a tough time for everybody.
Josh, did you speak with Nolan's mother again after that day?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We've had numerous conversations. And a lot of we had conversation about a forensic pathologist, a secondary forensic pathologist. She wanted one. I gave her a recommendation that I got from somebody. She also discussed an attorney. She sent those messages as well. But the majority of our conversations, man, to be honest with you, were I'd send something to her, keep your chin up and your chest out and just know that you've got a lot of people that love and support you. I wanted to give her words of encouragement because I know how important that is to a family, but also let her know that if there's any questions that she has, that I could possibly take some of that weight off of her shoulders or off of her family's shoulders to help assist, that I'll do it for her. And we're here for her.
Did she have questions?
It's not really, because she got an attorney rather quickly, which is fine, whatever, that's on them. Again, the conversation turned into, very cordial. Thank you. Thanks for the prayers. Now, we did have a conversation at one point, ma'am, about another young man that I was looking for, Jadarius Manyweather, and I brought her up to speed on that case. And she said, and she told me explicitly, please give the prayers, our prayers to the family of Jadarius, which that was very important as well, because as a grieving mother, she wanted to express her concern and her prayers to another family who lost a young child.
Joining us tonight, special guest, Cajun Navy Incident Commander Josh Gill. If you know or think you know anything about the death of this young man, Nolan Wells, dial 228-769-3063. there's a $125,000 reward for information regarding what happened on Horn Island. We remember.
All right, guys, that's the end of Nancy Grace's show. So what do you all think? What do y'all think? The coroner comes out and says, "Oh, he's positive that's Nolan," and then when it's time to really ID the body, they didn't allow the parents, looks like, to ID the body, but they then made an excuse and said, "Oh, we have to identify him by dental records, so we can't make a visual identification." The fact that the body was half in the sand and half in the water, and the fact that the early reports say that the body was not waterlogged, is also suspicious to me. So let's read some comments. Let me try to find a good spot in the comments, and let's see if we can just talk about it before we get to our next clip. Jean says, "We don't believe you, Josh. We believe the other guy because what he said makes sense. I never seen a body on the beach sand. It can wash up at the shoreline, but not on the beach itself. The currents die down before they reach the shoreline. Also, what was the weather like that day when it was found? Has anybody looked it up to see what the tides were, what the wind was like, of any or anything like that? I think that's something that we can possibly look into." All right, good question or good statement, Gene. Roscoe says, "Truth seeking, they dumped his body but decided to try and delete information from his phone rather than just tossing it in the ocean. No, there's zero evidence of wrongdoing." Well, I can tell you this, there's contradicting statements, there's lies, and I can say it boldly because like I said at the beginning of the show, both Warren and Jax, 2 separate interviews, confirmed they made it back in. And when they made it back in, Nolan Wells did not ask for his phone. So my question is, made it back in from where? Warren actually said when they ran back in. Well, we all know none of them's Jesus. You can't run or walk on water. Only one man was able to do that, Jesus Christ. So that wasn't the case. So you were on land. You were on land, and Nolan didn't ask for his phone by your own statement. That needs to be answered. They thought that we were just going to gloss over that. And then in Javon's interview, which I have a little clip of, let me bring it up. Let me bring up the clip of Javon's interview. He said that the altercation happened between 3:40 and 4:00 p.m. He left to go basically check on Trustation. And when he got back, Nolan's boat and the people that Nolan was with were gone. Nolan was not on that island based off of their statements. So let me pull it up so you can see what I'm talking about.
Around 3:40, 4:00, altercation had happened between one of my other friends. I don't want to say his name, but
I've been cast out of the Black community.
He had got an altercation, so I went and checked on him for about 20 minutes, 20 to 15 minutes. I came back, Nolan's boat and the people that he was with were gone. Around 3:40, 4:00, altercation had happened between one of my other friends. I don't want to say his name, but
I've been cast out of the Black community.
He had got an altercation, so I went and checked on him for about 20 minutes, 20 to 15 minutes. I came back, Nolan's boat and the people that he was with were gone.
See? You heard it from his mouth. Nolan's boat and the people that he was with were gone. If Nolan would have stayed on the islands, guys, come on. They want us to shut up, but it's absolutely imperative that we know that we do not shut up. Wouldn't Nolan, he would have seen Nolan on the island? Yes. Yes. He said Nolan's boat and the people Nolan was with were gone. They were gone. And that was around 4:15. Right around when the sea tow call was made. Anyway, let's get to another clip. I mean, let's talk about it. You can't stop saying his name. You stop saying his name, we're walking into right where they want us to be, which is silence and shut up and forget about it and move on to the next story. And we're not going to do that. Just like we're not going to do that for Carmelo either. Not at all. Not at all. So now, okay, Gene says Javon would have seen him with Katie. Yes. Katie would have seen him too. Right? Last time Katie seen him, he was walking to where his friends were. That's what she said. So what happened to Nolan Wells? What really happened to Nolan Wells? Warren, Jax, I don't know if Morgan saw it because according to his testimony, but you know, it's just, all their stories don't match. He left 5 minutes prior to the Triton in Bart's boat. Right? So let's get into this next clip that we're going to watch. It looks like that. Hold on a second. The legal fight between Al Sharpton and the Tyler Cox, which I believe is an attorney, you know what I mean? And then Little Eddie, which I think is a troll attorney. And I said what I said. He's always trolling. I don't get it. I don't get his mindset. He's not serious at all. So let's look at that and see what's going on with that. Because Al said bring it, you know. And now Eddie's trying to say that Al backtracked. No, I don't believe he did, but let's see.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me back up.
Oh no, like we're going down.
He went over to Cito call first.
You know, out of it, maybe looking around to figure it out. It didn't really sound frantic. Andy, I don't know. I didn't ask you for the call, but if you have it, find it while I'm doing this and just holler in my ear and let me know. Pardon me for that. So the dispatcher asks whether everyone is on board and okay. And then the answer is, yeah, everyone is on board, okay? But investigators have said that witnesses told them that Nolan was left behind on Horn Island. So that doesn't prove that Nolan was on the boat. It does not prove anybody lied. There were multiple people, multiple boats. There was confusion, and it was a stressful situation. Here is that call.
Connect you. Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Shut the fuck up!
Can you give me a description? Ankles.
What'd you say? Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right. Well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either. I think it's. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have the tag on here. It got ripped off.
Number or anything? It's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at 2.
All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's on board.
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
Okay.
What?
So she said, is everybody on board in good health otherwise? And then he says, yeah, everybody's okay. So look, that doesn't prove anything that people are saying, well, it meant that Nolan was on board, nothing like that. But it creates a question. And when an 18-year-old disappears and turns up, dead 2 days later, you follow that question. But the thing is that I put some of the onus on the investigators and as you guys have heard me say this entire time, on their inability to update people. And they can do it without sharing or messing up the investigation. Excuse me. Police departments, investigative agencies all over the country do it. All over the world, they do it without ruining an investigation. It happens all the time, every single day. and you hear people giving updates on things that happen, or they'll just say, oh, we can't discuss that. We don't know about that, whatever. And so that, I think, would help to tamp down some of the things. Because as I said before, this doesn't prove anything. It doesn't disprove anything. But where that void is, people are going to make up in their minds. They're going to fill it in their minds. Now, the family is reportedly asking for much more than the clip that we all heard. They want original recordings. They want dispatch recordings. They want communications, information about who handled the call and what happened around it, that call. Good, okay. Because social media has turned that audio into a Rorschach test. People swear that they hear Nolan's name. Others swear they hear someone asking whether somebody is dead. Other people hear nothing close to that. I say enough guessing here. Give the original audio to qualified experts and let them tell us what is actually there and what is not there and what cannot be determined. Now, I'm sure the audio engineer, the audio technician person before was qualified, but it's not part of the official investigation. So put it into the official record and have it be part of the investigation. This is also why I think this lawsuit threat against Al Sharpton, it needs to be really looked at carefully, because Warren Hudson, Jack Spatalo, and Morgan Seymour, which is weird because was that the original one? The original person was Warren Hudson, right? Was that the guy who did the interview first?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, okay, that was the guy. Now, Jack Spatalo and Morgan Seymour, I wouldn't know them from Adam. No, from any of the kids that were in the second interview with the attorney. I'd never seen them before. The only one I had seen was the one who put himself in front of Officer Tater. And so I knew his face, and his name is Warren. Okay, yeah, so that one, the one with the sort of pink shirt, that was the one who did the interviews. The other ones, I don't know. Maybe they did some interviews. I'd never seen them. I don't know who they are. But these three young men, or no one, not even these three young men. I'm talking about the people, the guy in the khakis on the right with the green sort of camouflage looking pullover. That's
Eddie. That is Eddie Paulzik, whatever you call it.
The baseball cap, that's the attorney. The other guys are the guys that are involved. Now, let me just say this. These young men, if these are indeed the name of the people who are in this thing, besides I know Warren is the one, they have not been charged with anything to do with Nolan's death. They've been charged with killing Nolan Wells at all. No, they have not. Authorities have not said that they caused his death. They deny wrongdoing, and their lawyers say that they have been falsely accused. Okay.
Well, I'm just going to say this real quick, because I've never heard the Wansley say that these boys caused their death. I've never heard Al Sharpton or Ben Crump say that those boys or grown men caused Nolan's death. I've heard what happened to Nolan. What happened, and when there is inconsistencies in stories, excuse me, I should have said it slower, and then you're finding contradictions in their stories and body language showing some misleading statements and things of that nature, that's a fair question, especially if it doesn't make sense. And to stand back on the island without a for sure way home, along with not having his phone, simply does not make sense. And to the young lady who asked how many people who has been on boats in here, I've been on plenty of boats. Thank you very much.
That matters, but if investigators are not, okay. That matters, but asking questions about inconsistencies, timelines, and evidence is not the same as accusing someone of unaliving somebody. It's not the same thing. Asking questions about it, reporting that people are saying these things, that's not exactly accusing somebody of the big M word. You know, YouTube is got to be careful about saying those things. Sometimes it picks it up, sometimes it doesn't. So if Sharpton crossed a legal line, lawyers can fight that out. But a defamation dispute does not answer what happened to Nolan. And that is still the center of this story right now. What do the original CETO records show? What do the phones show? What does the timeline show? And the thing is, what can the audio engineers establish? Right? Because people don't know. You may look as the attorneys or someone who's outside of the official investigation. You can say all this stuff, but it's still not part of the official investigation. What the Wells family says is not part of the official investigation. What the attorneys say, and the other side, the young men, that's not part of the official investigation.
Well, Don, we actually don't know. Let's be real. You're making you're speculating now because it's sealed. We have no clue what is a part of the official investigation, so you cannot really make that statement, Don. Let's be fair. We don't know what they're investigating because, as you said yourself, they're not updating us at all. So I just had to disagree with that statement real quick. Let's keep going.
These are people defending their clients. And then you have the investigation right here. And so people may be saying things based on what they're hearing and what's the reports that are out there, and they don't know. So the attorneys may say they know this, and how dare you say that? There's no malice there because you don't know. So for defamation and slander, I'm not an attorney, I'm just saying, there would have to be an intent to intentionally malign someone because you know something not to be true. But if you don't know it and no one is saying it, I don't know.
And this is why I say that little Eddie, is a troll because Al Sharpton did not say anybody's name. He said 3 boys or young men. He did not say nobody's name. There's no defamation, just gaslighting.
That's if you have stopped short of accusing someone, but if you didn't, that's a whole nother. I mean, if you did, if you accuse someone directly, that's a whole nother show, as they say. So if all that supports the friend's account, then say so. So that helps them too. If something does not line up, then investigators need to explain that. Because every time officials leave a blank space, the internet fills it, usually with the worst possible version. And that is how you end up with accusations, with threats, with lawyers, and everybody choosing sides before the public even knows what happened. Nolan Wells went to Horn Island alive. 2 days later, his body was found along the shoreline. His family still wants to know what happened in between. That's reasonable. Now they're subpoenaing records and hiring experts to find out. And that is where I would keep the focus. Follow the evidence. Let the evidence tell us where it goes. That's what we've been saying from the beginning. And then we're going to keep asking questions. And we're going to keep doing this story until they get some answers, no matter what the outcome is. And the family has said as much. Daniel Grimes is our Washington, D.C. correspondent. He is following this story for us. Daniel, as we say, the legal battle has escalated here in the Nolan Wells death investigation.
Yeah, I mean, good evening, Don. It certainly has. We know that there's now that pre-lawsuit that is coming from the friend's attorney, but I'm going to first focus on the fact that last week, it happened on Thursday. We know Nolan's mom, Christine, filed 2 subpoenas on Thursday, one for Cito Services International and a separate one for Ward Marine Services, basically both of those companies that operate the Cito, Mississippi, one that is the international, kind of the big firm, and then one that's just Mississippi focused. So for Cito, she wants everything that's related to July 4th. So basically calls, recordings, dispatch records, anything that showed the response and what happened on July 4th. She's also asking for training materials and any written procedures for handling reports of boats that are taking on water. She wants to know, again, we know that the friends there have said, hey, our boat was taking on water because of the valve was broken. And so she's saying, okay, if that's the truth, then I want to know, how would someone respond to that? And what are the protocols for handling that style of a phone call? Now, that is for the Cito. For the Ward Marine, that's the actual Mississippi one, she's going even further. That she says she wants everything tied to that incident, including dispatch calls and communications between the captain, local crew, and anybody that's connected to the boat that Nolan was on. She also wants any communications about that incident and any records that show whether any of them changed or ended Cito's response. So she's calling. She issued that subpoena last week, calling for all of that information related to the July 4th incident. As again, she's just looking to find out what happened to her son.
Yeah, Daniel, and so so they have subpoenaed the records. And they have also hired, I don't know if you spoke about this because I lost connectivity for a moment. They've also hired reportedly an audio expert to examine everything. That's why they're subpoenaing it, because they want the audio to their own personal engineer or audio technician to look at it.
Yeah, that's right, Don. We had the young woman who was honestly just did this on her own volition, just wanted to help out in this case. We spoke to her a couple of weeks ago. So the family's now saying, listen, we want the independent audio. There were some folks who said the audio that she was operating off was fake, wasn't the real audio. So the family's like, all right, we want the actual audio of that 911, of that call to Cito that day. And then we want an independent person to analyze that audio. So there are some folks who are saying you could hear Nolan, you could hear, is Nolan dead? You could hear a lot of things in the tape that was cleared up a couple of weeks ago. The family, they're not taking any chances. They're saying, listen, we want the authentic original audio, and we want our own analysis, our own expert analysis of what is actually on that tape.
And so then now you have the attorneys for the young men, as I mentioned in the opening monologue, our opening statement, as we call it. So then you have the lawyers saying that they are sending a letter of an intent to sue Al Sharpton. Here's a report on that, and then Daniel and I will discuss.
Developing tonight, a Pascagoula law firm says 3 friends of Nolan Wells plan to sue the Reverend Al Sharpton for defamation as Wells' death investigation continues. Taylor and Cox law firm said it would serve Reverend Sharpton with a 19-page pre-litigation defamation demand on behalf of 3 of Wells' friends. The firm claims Sharpton used a vigil as a platform to smear those friends. It says it will take legal action in 10 days if he does not apologize, retract, and delete his statements. Sharpton's law firm responded tonight saying that he welcomes the lawsuit and his attorneys will be in touch.
Okay, well, he's saying go ahead and do it. The interesting thing, Daniel, before you respond, is that they said a vigil. They did not say the memorial service, right? And so the only vigil that has been had that Al Sharpton, to my recollection, has been part of, would be the one on his birthday where he made this statement. Roll it.
There are now over 551 of you on and to break into your day and try and pray and give strength to this family. Let me thank Attorney Ben Crump, who's worked tirelessly. I've been told that one of the people that was with Nolan has been online watching this. If you want to come forward, call us. I'll get you an attorney. I'll pay for your attorney of your choice. We just want the truth. If you have nothing to really be concerned about, then you should step forward. All these parents have said from the beginning is they want the truth. So if you want to join in on what we're seeking, you're welcome. We don't have to slip and slide here. We just want the truth about a young man who we should be celebrating his birthday today. Let me thank all of you that took time.
Okay, so there you go. So I don't know, again, I'm not an attorney. That didn't sound like accusing someone, but what do you get from that as a layperson?
Don, that letter that was sent to Sharpton does cite that August 19th vigil, the one you just played. It also cites a July 14th TMZ appearance where Sharpton made references to the, quote, 3 young white male friends. And so the letter is claiming that he is insinuating that they had something to do with his death, with Nolan's death. And in that TMZ interview, Sharpton basically questioned why Wells would have left his phone behind. That is a question that has been on many people's minds. They're wondering why, in 2026, when not just someone who is a teenager, but a lot of us are constantly have our phones. Well, the attorneys and Nolan's friends have said, listen, he didn't want his phone to get wet, right? That's why he left it on the boat. And then there's nothing nefarious there. It's just he didn't want it to get wet. So that's why there's been that conflicting side. But Sharpton has said, I don't know if I buy that story. He also said one friend initially denied having the phone and the keys. And he also insinuated that the phone's contents may have been erased. And so he's simply saying there are too many unanswered questions for something to not have happened. But he has never really said that these boys did something nefarious or said they murdered Nolan, but the letter is just saying, hey, you have insinuated that. We want you to retract and to apologize.
Okay, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
And one more
Go
thing.
ahead.
So as we've already said, and as was in the report, Sharpton said, I welcome this. And one of the reasons why he welcomes it, he said it at the National Association of Black Journalists the other week. He said, listen, you sue me, that means there is going to be a deposition. We know when you get deposed that everything will come out in court, right? You cannot hide it. And so part of the thing that Sharpton is saying there is, I welcome this because I want all of this to come out in court to prove that if something happens to Nolan, and if you are saying you know more than what you are saying currently, then prove it.
All righty.
Yeah.
Great reporting. As usual, Daniel Grimes, and he's wearing a pretty conservative shirt today.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had to be conservative after, meeting our...
Right. So I think that is it for that clip. So what do you all think? What do you all think? I mean, I really do think that Al is calling their bluff at this point. I really do. And as he should. You know, if you're going to threaten to sue people just because they're asking questions and inviting people to come forward, because we've only heard from Warren, Jax, Morgan, and Trustation. Trustation wasn't on none of those boats. I don't know why we heard from him, right? Morgan's boat left 5 minutes before. Don't know why we heard from them. So we've only really heard from two people that was on the boat. The two boats that were involved. So yes, I'm pretty sure that little Eddie is not going to sue Al Sharpton at this point. I think it's bluff. But now what happened is that the Wansleys did add another lawyer, another African-American lawyer to their team. And he is the one that is sending out subpoenas and things of that nature. I want to watch that clip real quick before we get into our next clip. And then I want you guys to watch with me the full interview that Jeff Metcalf gave after the retrial. It's just, yes, shut up. That's all I got to say. But anyway, the legal fight escalates. So let's watch this real quick. I think we already watched. Did we just? No, this is a different one. It's kind of the same, but it's not the same.
Follow the evidence. Let the evidence tell us where it goes. That's what we've been saying from the beginning. And then we're going to keep asking questions. And we're going to keep doing this story until they get some answers, no matter what the outcome is. And the family has said as much. Daniel Grimes is our Washington, D.C. correspondent. He is following this story for us, Daniel.
Sorry, guys. That is the same one. Let me get to the right one. If I can just close it, then I won't get that confused. So my apologies and thanks for your patience. It's right here. Right there. They added a new attorney, so let's get into it.
A metro area attorney is now part of Nolan Wells' family's legal team. 16 WAPT's Ross Adams has more on his role in the case.
Nearly 2 months now since his body was found on Horn Island, and we're no closer to finding out what happened to Nolan Wells. The family has added some new legal firepower with a local attorney joining the legal team.
I think it helps to have somebody local who's, from the soil, somebody that, is kind of familiar with the terrain, with the people.
Jackson criminal defense attorney Ahmad Smith signed on 3 weeks ago. Smith will assist National Civil Rights Attorney Ben Crump, along with the NAACP Office of Legal Counsel, working on an independent investigation. Many, including Wells' parents, have raised serious questions about how law enforcement authorities on the Gulf Coast are handling the investigation.
They've spoken out publicly often enough to suggest that they have some skepticism about the way that this process is played out.
Wells' body was found washed up on the water 2 days after he and a group of friends set off on a boat from Ocean Springs to Horn Island on 4th of July. Smith says the cases are on attention from around the world. Some are worried about a cover-up.
There have been instances where Black bodies have been found floating in Mississippi waters in mysterious circumstances. So people naturally harken back to some of that history.
Smith says he spoke with Wells' parents last week during a gathering for what would have been his 19th birthday.
While they're grieving, their disposition to me seems to be one that is hopeful. They're trusting the team that they've amassed.
Smith believes an independent investigation is indispensable because he says you can't always trust the information coming from state prosecutors will be accurate. He says sometimes they may not have the knowledge or the resources. Sometimes they will simply miss something. Reporting from Jackson, Ross Adams, 16 WAPT News.
Right. Smith says that they're getting so many tips that they set up this 800 number that you see on your screen specifically for tips and more information in this case.
That was 1-800-991. Was it 1972? Was that right? Or is it
1772?
1772. Okay. So there is the reporting coming from the local news organization. And now I want to bring in our Washington, D.C. correspondent, Daniel Grimes, who is covering this story this morning for us. Daniel, have you learned any more information? I think it is a smart idea to have a local attorney there, considering the attorneys, Benjamin Crump, whatever, they're not local attorneys, capable attorneys, but not local attorneys.
Yeah. So Don, I mean, hiring a local attorney comes with several benefits. I mean, they are on the ground, so they know the characters. Ahmad Smith has been working with local prosecutors and the team there for a while now. So he knows, all of the people in play. He also can actually do things that Ben Crump, as a national attorney, cannot do. He can file petitions in court without needing some sort of ad hoc permission that a national attorney like Ben Crump needs. And also, we all know Ben Crump's schedule is just very busy. I mean, he has a lot of cases that he's overseeing right now. And so having that local attorney who can be hyper local and hyper fixated on Nolan Wells' case is going to just be able to help the family get answers sooner.
Yeah. And the last info that we had, and we reported on this, I think it was yesterday or Monday, was that the attorneys for the young men who were with Nolan on Horn Island, they have sent out, their attorneys have sent out a letter of intent to sue the Reverend Al Sharpton.
Yes. So they have, they sent Al Sharpton a 19-page notice of intent to file a lawsuit. They are claiming that Sharpton made several defamatory statements against those three men by insinuating that they had something to do with Nolan's death. And in that, they've cited two instances, the vigil that took place on Nolan's birthday, and also the earlier in July, an incident where Al Sharpton said, where is the phone? He gave an interview to TMZ and just kind of questioned why they would have had Nolan's phone. The attorneys for those young men say those statements potentially rose to the level of being defamatory, and they are now saying that Sharpton, the Reverend Al Sharpton, needs to apologize and retract those statements, or they will sue him. And as I said on Monday, Don, Al Sharpton says, bring it on, because he knows that if they go into discovery, that there are going to be things they're going to have to release that they haven't released yet, right? When you go into the discovery process in court, you've got to, under oath, tell things, say things, describe the day in detail that, let's just say you're going to on a former officer's show that we will not talk about. You can say whatever on that, right? Because you're not under oath. If you go through the discovery process, you are then under oath. You've got to make sure everything you're saying is true, and you're going into detail. So the Reverend Al Sharpton said, bring it on, because you all want to go through discovery. You're going to help us get answers sooner.
So let's talk some politics. That is your bailiwick. You are in Washington, D.C. Someone who could, have an office there and a possible residence. We're not sure if it's going to be, maybe it'll be her brother's residence. Maybe she'll move in. We have no idea. But we're talking about Darlene Graham, who's the sister of the late Lindsey Graham.
Okay, so that is the end of that clip. So they already did disclose who the attorney was that's working on undercover. He's actually the one who sent out the subpoenas to Cito and things of that nature. It's been almost 2 months. We know nothing, and I think that it's just diabolical. I can only imagine what the Wansleys feel like, right? They absolutely know nothing. So this is why they're doing their own investigation. Why do they have to do their own investigations? You would think that law enforcement would welcome updating the family, at least, at minimum, update the family and their attorneys, right? But nothing's happening. Everything is on lockdown and sealed. So now I'm bringing you to a clip. You guys know I don't like former failed Officer Tatum, but he called himself going in on D.L. Hughley, talking about he's lying about the Nolan Wells case. So I'm going to bring that up. I actually peep at his content and interviews because he gets caught in telling lies all the time. And he's getting drugged right now for calling the former First Lady Michelle Obama ugly. Oh, they're dragging the hell out of him on social media. It is funny. So let me get to a good point. I don't really like to hear his voice. Start right here.
Understanding that God has a purpose for you. This is the time to Substack numbers up. I was talking to Jeff Mead, and he got like 200,000 people on this Substack. I got to talk to you, Grant, after this. We got to get our Substack numbers up. I think we can do it. And if you are interested in Substack, come on and join me if you already following other people on Substack. Let's get to this this list. Now, y'all see me have to come out at D.L. Hughley and that fake pastor just the other day because they went on a rampage to talk about my wife and all this sort of stuff, and I defended my wife. And everybody in the comments section.
You should not have brought your wife into this, sir. You act like your wife is a 10. Dude, a cool 5. Okay? Okay. Let's keep going.
And they got a pair. They know that a man ain't going to let nobody disrespect his wife. And, all right, now we got past that one. D.L. Hughley and the rest of the stew-head melanated people who are the most ignorant, dumb people in the world. And I always preface this because people are too stupid to understand.
He talking about his own race. He just called us stew-head melanated people. Do you not know that you melanated, Tatum? Lord have mercy. Let's keep going. He's a disgrace to his own race.
What I'm saying, but I'm talking about the ignorant ones, not the rational, decent folk, work hard every day, build companies, build wealth, add value to this country and their families. I'm not talking about those wonderful, amazing black people. I'm talking about these stew-head idiots. Now, here's a list, and Ari Spears with his sorry self, 2 washed-up comedians. This is what they had. They wrote this list. Ari Spears shared this list with me. Look, this is what white America is. Y'all ain't never gonna be nothing in life being this stupid.
You just get to the
Let's
DL
go down the list one by one. Starting with Texas Roadhouse employees spitting in black people's food. Roll the clip. Clip 1, you got it. Roll it.
And there's a viral post raising many questions for customers and getting a response from the company. I took a closer look at what's behind it. It started with a screenshot, a Facebook post shared across social media, making a serious claim about how some black customers' food was allegedly being treated. The post claimed members of a Facebook group called White and Proud were discussing intentionally tampering with food served to black customers, and the original Facebook post appears to have since been deleted. And so far, no verified evidence connecting the claims to a Texas Roadhouse employee. But screenshots of the post and
Time out. Yeah, bought the boy. Let me just explain this. As you can hear, There is no evidence. This is a post alleging that there's some white group talking about what they do in black people's food. There's no evidence of that post. And this is just black people talking about what some post that allegedly exists that there's no evidence of. Since this has come out, DL.
Has anybody investigated it? Has anybody investigated? You always come on this here internet saying what there is no evidence of, with no evidence yourself. Did you do any type of investigation? No, he didn't. He's spewing out stuff.
These other stew heads will make y'all believe that somehow there's verifiable evidence that this is happening. There is no actual evidence. It's not tied to any one employee. It's not tied to any one Texas Roadhouse. There is no police report and no investigation being had. Just black folks online being victims talking about Texas Roadhouse.
Did you see that? And no investigation being had. I think he meant done. No investigation is being done is what I think Stewhead meant. So how do you know that the claims are unfounded then? How do you know? Please tell me. He think he know everything. Let's keep going.
Let her finish. And hey, don't get mad at this young lady. She's trying her best. She did say X. She said X. I don't know. It's in our DNA. The smoke alarm and the word X, we can't get it out of our DNA. Roll the clip.
And videos talking about it continue to circulate, and customers are weighing in. Some say the allegations have them questioning whether they'll eat at the restaurant again. Others are asking for proof and questioning whether the original post is even legitimate. I took a trip to the local Texas Roadhouse here.
People are saying that the allegations are none of them, not one person in the post said that they went to Texas Roadhouse and somebody did something to their food.
Who's going to go to Texas Roadhouse when there's somebody in the group, in the white and proud group, saying that they spit on your food and lick your food and all of that? No, we should never go to Texas Roadhouse. Sorry, bruh. You go.
Not one person in the post, according to this news outlet. Let her finish.
In Abilene, Texas, to see what they have to say about some of the allegations. I waited to speak with the manager and asked about the allegations. The manager declined to speak on camera, instead referring me to the corporate's company office for a response. I also asked the restaurant's host what business had been like today. He told me it wasn't very busy, describing it as, quote, pretty slow. But whether that's out of the ordinary for a Monday is unclear. And while the allegations are getting plenty of attention online, nothing in the viral post identifies the Abilene location or any specific Texas Roadhouse location. As the conversation grew online, Texas Roadhouse responded. On Sunday, August 23rd, the company posted an official statement saying, "We are aware of the video that is being shared with an accusation that has been made toward our restaurants. We believe it to be completely unfounded, and we take every accusation towards our brand seriously."
Is he really up there popping his shit based off that statement? Of course they're going to say it's unfounded. Of course they're going to deny it. Dude, this dude, man, I'm sorry I'm making y'all watch, but I wanted you to see what he had, say about DL, but I just cannot stand this dude.
They said, "We are investigating this alleged behavior and remain committed to treating every guest with respect, dignity, and the legendary service they deserve."
So on DL Hughley's number one on his list is this Texas Roadhouse incident that don't exist. It does not exist. Now, here are other people who I think fall victim to the...
Here's the thing, though. Instead of him getting on the person that said it in the group, you're getting on the target victims. Instead, again, same thing you're doing to the Wansleys. They're the victims. You go to running to the opposite side. Instead of you doing an investigation to find out if these claims can be substantiated, you are on this here internet gaslighting, deflecting, and licking boots and everything else. Sir, I don't like you. Let's keep going. I do not like him at all.
Plantation mindset that's somehow accusing Texas Roadhouse with no evidence. Here is one, and we're going to play 2 clips of this, and it's going to blow your socks off. Listen to what this woman say, and I want you to pay attention as they pan the table. Look at who's sitting at the table with them. Roll the clip.
When they tell you that they're putting something in the food at Texas Roadhouse, believe them. This is me and my daughters and her boyfriend eating there, having a good time. And as soon as I finished eating,
wait a minute, did he point out? And another thing he said the other day, which pissed me off, he said that we're mad that Black America is mad that he married a white woman. No, we're not, sir. Who are you? Who are your hips bigger than mine? No, we are not mad that you married a white woman. And now you're pointing out just because the Black family has a white American with them that it doesn't make sense. Do you know how many white people that love to hang around us? It's the supremacists, that the racists that we have something against, not white people as a whole race. He is just ugh.
The car, my eyes started to swell up, and I had to be rushed to the hospital. They said it was some type of allergic reaction. Now I know what it was.
Hey man, did slavery mess us up? Did it? I don't believe that it did. Because
what kind of question is that? Did slavery mess us up? You know what? Of course it did. Of course it did. It took us out of our natural habitation, brought us over here into a brand new culture, and twisted everything up in us. Come on. What kind of question is that? And we have not fully recovered since. It definitely messed you up, Raccoon Tatum. Let me keep going. This is ridiculous. I want to throw up. I'm going to keep listening, though, y'all.
Because we had a lot of great, successful Black people that have come from slavery. But I wonder what's happening to Black people in their mind. Why is this woman and her daughter is dating a white man? They all went to Texas Roadhouse together. This woman can't just say something, I got an allergic reaction to something there. Why is it got to be pertaining to something involving race when you have no evidence that it's race related? You didn't show the manager. You didn't show the person that was serving you. So we don't even know if that person is Black. And why can't you just be normal? Why your daughter dating a white boy and you want to make it a big stuff about race? Why can't y'all just be normal?
Actually, you're making it about race. I didn't hear anything about race come out of her mouth. You're making it about race. You're pointing out the white man that's dating her daughter, which obviously she has no problem with, right? My son dates white women. I don't have a problem with white women. I have a problem with racist women. And I got a problem with you.
All right, here go another. I want to say something about it, but I ain't going to do it.
And I ain't never eating at Texas Roadhouse again or Logan's Roadhouse. Y'all got me up. Y'all got me up. That was all I needed to hear. Didn't I just make a video saying how they didn't want us in their establishments? They don't want us in their establishments. We need to be only supporting Black-owned restaurants, period. I'm not even eating nowhere.
All right,
if the food ain't...
just know you can tell by the energy. She's finna continue to say something stupid for 1 minute and 22 more seconds. But let me just stop her in her tracks. No pun intended. I want to stop her in her tracks. I'm joking. Y'all get, I can't tell jokes and y'all get mad at me. You do the Black women. I'm telling the joke, okay? All right, so I'm gonna stop her in her tracks. I agree with her on 2 things she said. The 2 points she made, I agree 100%. Y'all need to stop complaining about these establishments and go shop at Black-owned businesses and go support Black-owned businesses. Why y'all even going to Texas Roadhouse or any of these other places so you can complain? I know why. Y'all know why, but y'all don't want to be honest. You don't want to go to these Black establishments because many of them don't do good service and they're not cooking the food and they're not consistent. That's why you're going to Texas Roadhouse. That's probably one of the most consistent, what you call it, a steakhouse.
First of all, I don't think my city has a Black steakhouse, a Black-owned steakhouse, and that is because of oppression. Okay, that is because our people are denied opportunities, dummy. We're denied opportunities. We can't get the loans that they get. Okay, come on, be realistic. I've never seen a black-owned steakhouse in my city or in my state. You're sitting up here on your podcast acting like that our people are not oppressed and denied, that racism completely just doesn't exist. He's disgusting.
In the entire country in history. Okay, and the second thing she said is that they don't want us there. I can't verify that they don't want you there, but I do have items of evidence that may suggest why they might not want you there. Roll the clip.
Oh, really? Do you know how many fights out there that are of white people? Are you kidding me? You cannot take one fight in a restaurant, or even 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, and pay a whole race with what you see right here as if the other races don't do the same. Matter of fact, the other races are so bold. I'm talking about the people that, don't look like us, the light-skinned people. Some people call them clear or whatever, but they get in your face and start shit and act like that they're the victims when they got into your... You don't play that, do you? The Karens, right? And the Kens, right? You don't play that. You don't even know what happened up to this point. You just want us to look bad, which makes you look bad.
All right, y'all. So this is one. Next one. Let's go to the next one. Just tearing it up.
No, it's not.
All right. All I hear that dude in the background, ooh, this is crashing everywhere. I swear, I can go and find 15 other videos like this.
I can find just as many of white people if I wanted to.
Take responsibility.
I could find 15 or more of white people doing the same thing if I wanted to. I don't want to. For what? Because every race fights. Is he kidding me? This dude is a joke. Past a joke. I can't even really say what I want to call him on YouTube.
At some point. If you want to attach yourself to every black person, then you need to take responsibility for this crazy stuff they be doing. If you want to be an individual, be an individual. But y'all don't want to be individuals. You want to attach yourself to the lowest common denominator of the black community and then get mad at people if they don't like that. All right, let's get to the next one. Here we go. What's on the list? 600,000 black women pushed out of the workforce since 2025. Explain that. He can't explain it. Last time I did a debate, one of these knuckle draggers was in there talking about Doge. Well, if they get rid of government jobs, this is why y'all stupid and you need to read Thomas Sowell book. If they get rid of government jobs because of Doge, and it just so happened to be a lot of black women working in those jobs, and they lose those jobs, hey, dummy, disparities don't mean discrimination. Just because you're disproportionately affected don't mean it's race-related. And it's probably about, I don't know if you do the math, it's about 20 million black women in America. And you're talking about 600,000 pushed out of work. What are the other, 10 million that's working?
This Negro, all he does, literally, every time he gets on this podcast is degrade his own race. He's insecure. Y'all know that? He's insecure. Somewhere down the line, he got hurt by somebody in his family. I don't know. Maybe a beautiful black woman broke his heart. Something happened to this. This is not normal for him to get on the internet on a daily basis and down his race. I would play what he said about Michelle Obama here. It was disgusting. It was disgusting. And then said his wife is a 10. His wife is probably half Michelle Obama's age. She's 62 years old and she's a beautiful black woman. And then he comes back and he what did he do? He downgrades D.L. Hughley's wife as well as this other pastor's wife in defense, because they came out and said, well, you attacking Michelle Obama. This is what your wife looked like. I'm gonna show that little clip too. But I just want to get through this real quick because he's really making my blood pressure raise.
Oh, but you don't want to talk about that. Last time I checked, allegedly, the black women are the most educated women in the country as far as getting degrees. Now, I know a lot of times they ain't acting like it, but according to stuff that I've read, and I heard the person say that was a lie, but y'all push the narrative that they outworking black men, they got more degrees than black men, they doing all this stuff, but you know, they having kids out of wedlock more than anybody else, but are outside of that. But you're crying about 600,000 jobs you claim they were forced out in 2025. Shut the front door and the back door. Next one is Nolan Wells. We all know how that's going. Mom and them still ain't gave their phone over. They have nothing to investigate at this point, as far as I know. And some of the little birdies that's flying through the air is dropping little leaflets.
He's lying, guys. They have did that joint extraction of the phone. He is literally lying. And what's so sad is that you got other African American people just rooting this on.
And it looked like this is probably going to be a drowning.
You don't know.
Nobody's going to be arrested. Now, I don't know that for a fact. Let me not jump to conclusions. But what I can say.
So, sir, if you don't know it for a fact, why are you saying it? So you don't know it for a fact, but you're stating with boldness it's a drowning, just like you said that Nolan Wells was doing cocaine. You the devil.
Is that Warren, Jax, and Morgan had nothing to do with Nolan's death. And the people that I've interviewed have been exonerated. As far as I know, and as far as they've been communicating with law enforcement, because they've not been indicted.
They have not been exonerated. What is wrong with these people? I'm sorry to keep stopping it, but what is wrong with this fool? I mean, he is just like the great deflector. I mean, the gaslighter of the world. I mean, he's worse than President Trump at this point. What is wrong with this fool? They have not been exonerated. No, they haven't been charged, but they haven't been exonerated either. But they want to keep putting these Easter eggs out there. I'm sick of him. I'm going to play a little bit more, but I really don't want to. I'm over this dude. He really grinds my gears.
They don't even have a search warrant to get their cell phones. They turned their cell phones over to the FBI voluntarily. Carmelo Anthony stabbed that boy in his heart, got convicted in the court of law. And then they tried to get even the judge recused himself. The new judge came in record time.
First of all,
and decided there ain't no.
There's another lie. Judge Roach did not recuse himself. He refused to recuse himself, Tatum. Judge Harrell recused Judge Roach. Stop lying. Stop lying.
Grounds for a new trial. And I'm telling you this, as sure as I'm sitting here today, they should be glad that Carmelo Anthony didn't get another trial. Because if his previous behavior was entered into evidence, the jury would be tainted as to who he really is as a person. And this is why they didn't put him on the stand, because he would have got grilled. Then the jury would have saw all that violent stuff he said, and they would have been more punitive towards him during sentencing. Okay, we got another one. Black lynching across the South. Tell me you stupid without telling me you stupid. Let's bring up a couple of the lynchings that they've been talking about. And shout out to my brother here, Gotham City. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for standing up for me. But also thank you for keeping it real and telling the truth. This is just a couple lynchings that they claim are being perpetuated by the white man. Roll the clip.
So listen, as a black man, I'm fully aware of the history of Mississippi and black people being hung in Mississippi. But I'm also a person of truth And when you use a few of these kids' pictures to push a narrative, when you know the truth, it's nasty work. This is nasty work. Look.
This is why we can't do the independent thinking and the liberal and conservative shit, because liberal, conservative, they're killing black people.
Who the fuck is hanging these kids? Who's hanging these kids? And one thing's for sure, black people are damn sure not hanging themselves.
Time out. Black people aren't hanging themselves. Sorry for the curse words. We will fix it. Just so you know, we got so many clips doing. My team is running like chickens with their head cut off. So just forgive us for that. But they say black people sure ain't hanging themselves. Are you sure, bro?
Positive.
When I was a cop, that's the way people decide to take their own lives, is through hanging themselves. Black people don't traditionally do that, but to act like black people never do that is a lie. And it's only a lie, or only you're perpetuating a lie because you want white people to be bad. Come on, put the clip on there. This is one of the young boys that got lynched.
59 p.m. Video shows the young man carrying an electrical cord walking towards the tree by himself.
The video appears to show him at the self-checkout purchasing the blue rope. It shows he paid $4.20 for it. You can then see him walk out of the store, and
I guess Officer Tatum, I'm gonna continue playing the clip, is following into, well, the black chief or the black officer that they chose. You knew he was handpicked, right? Went before the world and told that he was walking with this electrical cord and all that stuff. It's going to make us just automatically, where's the footage? Show us the footage, please. I need to see things for myself because I don't trust law enforcement. I don't trust the FBI, and I darn for sure don't trust you.
walks across the parking lot to his truck and drives off.
Between 2:06 p.m. and 2:07 p.m., video captures the actual incident taking place.
Where's it at? Please.
No one else is seen in the area when this incident occurred.
Here another one.
The family says that Trey's girlfriend at the time of his death provided investigators with suicidal text messages from him the evening before his body was found. So that's some information that we did not know about, you guys. We didn't know that he, was suffering from any kind of mental health or anything like that. We didn't know. This information wasn't out there. The message read that he was going to hang himself. Sophia Reed told the Mississippi Free Press on April 23rd. Sharon Candy Tillman confirmed that she had also seen the messages that her grandson had sent to his girlfriend threatening suicide, in addition to messages stating that he had made a previous attempt but failed. Candy added that in the messages, Trey's girlfriend had told him that she would call his grandmother. She said he normally...
So why did she wait until mid-2026 with these messages, if that's true? Why would she wait until mid-2026 to show these messages, to bring these messages forth, if that was true? Smells like a payoff to me. Don't know what it smells like to you, but that's what it sounds like to me. So let's not act like people can't get paid off. Let's keep going.
Would send those kinds of messages to her, and she would say, just go to bed and we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Just go to bed.
Wow. Like, still in the Black community, there's a stigma with mental health, and we don't ever talk about, like, hey, go see a professional, go see someone who can actually help you. We'll just go to bed, is what she told him, actually. Go to bed. His family says that the attorney who vowed a full investigation in early days has not spoken to them in 7 months. He also never gave them the final results of the independent autopsy he promised. Autopsy with funding from former NFL athlete Colin Kaepernick, Know Your Rights Camp Autopsy Initiative. More than 10 months later, Reed's family members say they feel that they've been abandoned by the advocates who pledged to stand at their side.
Okay, I'll explain that. I'll interpret it for the family if they're watching me. They never really cared about your kid. They just can grift and make money off of what they thought was a lynching from a white person. They had every reason to believe and know that it wasn't a lynching from a white person, but they pushed it to raise the GoFundMe so you can give them 40% or whatever y'all giving them, that GoFundMe money, so they can get rich off the...
Do you know that every tragic death that's suspicious, this man calls the family a grifter? Every death. He just called the Reeves family grifters. He calls the Wansley every death when it's suspicious and it doesn't make sense and the family asks questions, they become grifters. Sir, you are a grifter. You are. Let's keep going. I'm almost done with this. I wanted to see what
of the death of these black boys. But instead of people like Dale Hughley standing up like real men and saying, how about we address the mental health issue in the black community? How about we come out and find out why these young men are killing themselves instead of trying to blame the white man? How about we figure out why are we beating up each other in Texas Roadhouse instead of a fake blog of white people spitting in their food or whatever they claim that has no substance or evidence?
Okay.
Why don't we talk about Nolan Wells and how great of a young man he was instead of trying to blame white boys for killing him, instead of trying to get to the bottom of what happened to him like I did? They didn't. And Carmelo Anthony, how about we talk about conflict resolution?
Tatum, what happened to him then, sir? What happened to Nolan? What happened to Nolan Wells? You said you got to the bottom of it. You figured out what happened to him. What happened to Nolan Wells? This dude want to be somebody. And when they get done using you, you're going to get tossed to the side.
And trying to get young men to lower the temperature, man. You don't always got to be putting yourself in a situation where you get violent because you feel disrespected. That's why a lot of our brothers are in prison. This is why my cousin is in prison right now. He let his attitude or his anger get the best of him and end up shooting people.
Why is he angry? Why is he angry? Have you ever talked about the root of the anger of the black man? Why is he angry? Because just by the color of his skin, he's deemed suspicious. He's deemed dangerous. He can't get a good paying job to take care of a family. So what happens when they can't get a good paying job just because of the color of their skin and can't take care of nothing? They go out to crime and commit crimes. And the system created it that way. You don't want to talk about the systematic racism that exists at all, does he? He wants to glass right over it and blame the ones that are being mistreated. Why is the black man like they are? Because they can't get jobs to move out of these what he calls ghettos that oppress him. Right? Crime, riddled with crime. All smashed together, all created by white people in high places that are racist. I ain't talking about all white people. Not at all. I'm talking about the racist supremacists that run the country. Our whole president is one. But you want to blame it on the true victims? They built prisons for us. They built prisons for us on purpose. They have never really freed us at all. You're an idiot. And I'm done listening to him for now. I'm getting ready to bring up Jeff Metcalf. Clearly a racist, right? Clearly, you're going to see another Tatum sitting next to Jeff Metcalf doing this interview. Diabolical. I did not realize it was so many of them. Let's get to that one. Here's another Tatum. There he is right there. Disgusting.
Well, during the court proceedings, obviously both sides had agreed to this gentleman's agreement to keep character out of what was happening that day and just focus on the facts of what happened underneath the tent. I wasn't made aware of this until almost at the end of the trial that this was going to take place, because I fully expected Carmelo to testify so I could finally ask one question of why. That's my main question. Then they proceeded to go all the way back to fourth grade and started to dig up every single bit of any school records, police records, whatever, from fourth grade on. They had an incident at school, playing a game. It happened. Yes, they were also disciplined at home. They had an incident with some spray paint. And they even said to the police officer, yeah, we did some dumb stuff. We did some vandalism. Well, I had a little bit more harsher words when they got to my house and got home. because they were definitely disciplined. And I said, this is not behavior that I condone. You know it. You're going to suffer consequences for this behavior. And but some of the other school stuff, both my boys, did they have mouths on them? Unfortunately, yes, they did. But so do most teenagers growing up. I had the standard, or I won't say normal, but or standard. There's really, but raising a child, he didn't, commit a felony. He didn't kill someone. He didn't drive drunk. Those things are like some major things that can affect you. They were typical teenagers, saying and doing things that typical teenagers do.
No, typical teenagers do not paint graffitis of hating all black people and hail Hitler. That is not typical teenage behavior. That is mental illness. That is installed and taught racism, in which, sir, you showed who you were after the first trial, right? We know who they got it from. But now you want to water down the fact that Austin and Hunter were bullies. You want to water down the fact that Austin and Hunter were racist. You want to water down that Austin and Hunter have a record of assault as young as the 4th grade. He grinds my gears too, but you just wait till this guy on the other Tatum over here talks. Tatum 2.0.
Today's society. I didn't grow up that way. I didn't have the internet, social media, cell phones. All this has contributed to the moral decay of society. And I believe it's made the race gap even larger, when all we want to do is close the gap. I don't understand. I mean, who cares who's president? It changes every 4 years. Your son's life, how long is that? Hopefully longer than 17 years, because that's all the life that Austin got.
But whose fault is that, though, Jeff? You got to be honest with yourself. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is it that Austin is not here? You cannot point the finger at Carmelo. You need to point the finger at Hunter, because according to testimony, Hunter is the one that started it. And we see in the video where they marched right up to a sitting Carmelo, So stop the gaslight, man. I'm gonna keep playing it, but this is making me mad too. This is making me mad because he won't admit the original issue. Teach our kids to keep their goddamn hands to themselves, and this would not happen.
Austin was a good kid, loyal, loving. They say he was a bully.
He was.
No, not necessarily. He joked around a lot. Wasn't a bully. I'm not a bully. People can misconstrue me as a bully.
Well, you know what? The cheerleader said different. It's in the court documents. Why are you ignoring this? Are you working on Hunter? Have you gotten him counseling? Are you trying to save Hunter from the same exact thing? Because Hunter is the one that started it. What about Hunter? You need to be trying to help him instead of on interviews lying, making excuses for this behavior. Jeff, sir, you got your son unalived. You. Save Austin. No, save Hunter is what I meant.
They don't want to face me. They don't want to talk to me. They want to sit behind a keyboard and try to attack me.
Isn't that what you did? Did we not see an inbox from Dominique that you sent, Jeff, just about 2 weeks ago, calling him a coward and all that? You are a bully, just like the troll form of bullies that you have unleashed on this here internet, sir. Nobody wants to take accountability of what Hunter did. Nobody. You and Hunter caused the death of Austin. I said what I said, and I stand on it, and it's free Carmelo until he's free. Run it backwards.
I got the armor of God on my side, so whatever you throw at me, I'm ready. I said what I said. Not my finest moment that night when I was emotional. Let me ask you one question. What would you say to someone?
Let me ask you something. Did you ever apologize, Jeff? Did you offer a sincere apology to black women and black men? No. Because what you said that night is who you really are, and we would never forget it. And that's who you taught Austin to be and who you taught Hunter to be. And your dad probably taught you to be that way, and his dad, so on and so forth. Until you deal with that evil root that's in your heart, you better pray that Hunter doesn't get into another altercation, because we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not taking this. As you can see, just keep listening to him just dismiss everything.
If your son was murdered and you had to sit there for 14 months and listen to the vile lies, comments, and memes about yourself, your sons, and not say a word, let me ask you, what would be your response?
How many of you guys know that they always start the shit first? How many of you guys know that it's never black people that starts the memes or go into their comments? It's always them in our comments. Another lie, Jeff. Another lie. You was under my status about a month ago. You don't remember that? I still got the picture. You was in my comments, Jeff. Let's keep going.
Bonds. Because here's something everybody's forgetting. Austin and Hunter, they're not on trial. They're not convicted of a crime.
A crime occurred though. That I don't understand why Hunter wasn't charged with assault and convicted. That's a good question. They should have been. Because if it wasn't for him, the whole argument and fight wouldn't have happened. Why isn't he? That's a good question. They should be on trial. Hunter said we had an altercation. He also said Carmelo made a mistake. Do you need me to pull up that interview where he says we had an altercation and that kid made a mistake? So how did a mistake per Hunter turn into intent to red rum? Per Hunter, they just lie. Railroaded this kid.
They didn't murder someone, but yet you want to attack their character? You better look in the mirror and check yourself. If you're that low of a person to come after a dead child, I pray to God you don't have children. Because if you're instilling that hate into them, you're just perpetuating the cycle. We have to break the cycle. We have to make the change. Dr. Carter, he's helping me make the change. I know everybody says, how's this work? He's black and white. Because neither him nor I see color. This is what we see right there, red. We all bleed the same. Now, if you choose to believe in God or not, that is your personal decision.
You know what I hate the most? Like we just had somebody in here. What's her name, Melissa? Let me find her comment. Because we're talking about injustices done to our people. They love to try to flip racism onto us. Ma'am, do you know what racism is? You need to go find the definition of racism. Because you obviously don't know it, Melissa. Us on this, me on this panel and in the comments, talking about injustices done to this 17-year-old at the time, Carmelo Anthony, who was assaulted first. Who was approached and assaulted first. It's not racism. Us asking for a fair trial because we believe he defended himself, which he did. He did. He did. I'm going to show you another case where a DJ in Florida, he didn't even get to touch the guy. And the guy, boom, 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 doing a road rage. And he got off today. He got off. Charges dropped. Stand your ground. He hadn't even made it to the window. The dude had not been touched. Now, Austin reached out and touched Carmelo, along with others. And Carmelo's in prison for murder. Please leave. Don't come back. Let's keep going. Just don't come back. You know, guys, anybody that want to leave, you don't have to announce your departure. Just leave.
I'm not here to tell you what to do, except for make a change, be part of the solution, not part of the problem. And if you think you're part of the solution, tell me what you're doing. Tell me the action you're taking. What action are you taking to be a part of the solution? Because you're not doing anything, because that means if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Why? How? Well, if you're a person who is good and sees the problem and ignores it and does nothing about it, you're just as bad as the person with the problem. Change takes action.
And y'all see why.
I talk a lot.
You see why. No, because what happens is this.
Passionate.
Brace yourself.
I can never tell you I know what Jeff is feeling. I'd be a liar. I can't imagine what he's feeling. But he was prepared not to speak today. This information that came out about his boys before I ever signed on to be a part of the board, he told me. Full disclosure. Hey, before you say yes, I want you to know this. I want you to know this. I want you to know this. I can respect that every day. When he found out the first day from the DA what was coming down the pipe, he called me, sad voice, what's wrong with you? Man, I can't believe what my boys done did. He told me everything. I'm not sure that people understand what respect is. So I respect Jeff. You may not like what he give you, but I can respect his forwardness and I can respect his honesty. To me, those are qualities that if more of us had those, we could work past our differences. So the gentleman's agreement. I'm on record saying that I thought, based on the information I had, that Camelo should have got 10 to 15 years manslaughter. That was the information I had. After the information was made public.
We got the real Jaguar right in the comments section. I'm so glad to see you in the comments section. Everybody say hello, salute Jaguar right. All right, let's keep going. Jag, I dropped the link if you wanted to come up.
I had to change that view. And thank God, he should be thanking God. His family should be thanking God that there was a gentleman's agreement. I personally believe that that gentleman's agreement saved him from having a lot more years. Myself, no one else.
See, now they hired him to gaslight Black America. There's no way that if Carmelo got on that stand, I do not believe that he would have been convicted of red rum. I do not believe that, not one bit. Because you cannot take messages from when somebody's 12, 13, 14, 15 on a game council that cannot be verified if he sent or received them and used them.
Can claim self-defense when you can escape. I will say this. Out of the things that were presented that was a part of the gentleman's agreement, based on those facts, because we have to treat
Hey, Jag, welcome.
his boys' information.
I'm going to stop this. Everybody, please, welcome. Jaguar right to the stage. Hey, what's going on? Because this is ridiculous.
Nothing much. Right now I'm just on bed rest a little bit. I've been pushing myself a little hard, so I'm taking a second. You know, we had our meeting that we do on Wednesday, and then I saw you were live, so I said, well, let me sitting here and I'm just looking at your comments and I'm like, these people are ridiculous. Like I haven't had to come over here and whip out a wrench, but like I'm like, maybe I need to come over
Girl,
here more often. It's like
rip
people
out
are
a wrench.
unbelievable.
They really are. They really are. They in these comments every time I talk about Nolan or Carmelo. They are in the comments trolling. It's especially bad on Facebook. It's
Oh
horrible.
wow.
Yep, on Facebook it's worse than
Yeah, I
it
think
is
I'm
on
gonna
YouTube.
have to re-engage my Facebook account and
You
see
should.
because I don't be over there. Like anytime I see a swarm or whatever, like eh, I do what I do on YouTube or whatever the case may be. But social media has become such a disgusting place.
It
It's
has.
just yeah, it's wild.
It
So
is.
I'm listening. I showed up, in the middle of things and I saw your Officer Taters. Um, so wait, I'm trying to understand. Was that Taters who was playing AT2's commentary?
Really? Yeah, it had to be. It had to be. I didn't see. I didn't even recognize AT2.
So that wasn't AT2 playing Taters commentary. That was
That was Tater.
Taters
Mm-hmm.
playing AT2's commentary.
Yeah, it was.
That's troubling.
And interesting if you think about it.
That's troubling. Why would a hard right leaning weirdo be playing commentary from someone who's posing as a newbie like hardcore Democrats? And why would he be doing commentary about Mr. Reed?
Because that is the very listen, that mystery when Nolan Wells, when Ben Crump first got on Nolan Wells' case, that is the he's a part of the troll farm. That is the first thing thousands, I mean hundreds of thousands of trolls came out with. Ask Crump what happened to Trey Reed's autopsy. He never released it. Don't you care about Trey Reed? They are all in this together. They're all in it together. It's like, but you gotta see it on Facebook. That's the thing. It's all on Facebook. It's on YouTube too, but not like it is on Facebook. It's like they organize in the morning and they go over what they're going to attack us with. And they come at us with the same thing all day long, over and over. The more you block, the more that come. It's like hundreds of thousands of these people that comes. I thought they were robots. I don't know if it's true or not, but that is what they're saying. What happened to Trey Reed's autopsy? They're trying to deflect away from
Well,
asking
this is the
questions.
thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with asking about Trey Reed because the way they came out with Trey Reed last year, the truth is you would think that they wouldn't have let that drop, they wouldn't have let that go. But to use one thing to try to deflect from another thing, like it's not, it don't, I'm just sick and tired of all of the divisiveness. I am. They're just being really divisive. Like, don't use that young man's passing, whatever it may be, as part of your deflection campaign for something else.
Yeah.
It's just
And then Jag, years later, 2026, his girlfriend all of a sudden got these texts talking about he was suicidal. I can't say the word. You know what I'm trying to say.
yeah, no, but I've heard about that. I've seen that weeks ago. Weeks ago, I addressed it, and I chose not to continue to talk about it because I'm like, okay, I see where this is going to go. I see what they're
Yeah.
trying to do, and I don't want to be a part of the problem. Like, that's the hardest thing for me when it comes to choosing what I talk about because of my voice and because of, my ability to reach far out there in media. I'm careful about what I choose to talk about. I'm not trying to be a part of anyone's agenda.
Yeah.
Like the simple fact that they're using Trey Reed right now, it's kind of distasteful. And the
Hmm.
simple fact that Taters is talking about Trey Reed is even more distasteful.
Yeah.
I find it disrespectful to his demise, and I find it very disrespectful to his family. But just like this girlfriend of Trey Reed coming through,
Hmm.
Mr. Reed coming through talking about, oh, well, this is, you know, this is how he was, and this is what was going on with him before he passed away. I feel equally as disgusted by that as I do Carmelo Anthony's girlfriend, ex-girlfriend. Um,
I heard she was still with him.
well, see, this is the interesting thing. They
Hmm.
said that there was a breakup and that he started stalking her. And my thing is, well, if that's the case, why didn't y'all talk about that during the trial?
Because of this gentleman's agreement.
Yeah,
I
but why
bel
would the yeah, but what would that have to do with the gentleman's agreement?
because really, to be honest with you, Jack, in my opinion, it wasn't Carmelo's past that they were trying to keep out. But see, Mike Howard, which was and Toby Shook, which was Carmelo's attorneys, they were Toby Shook and Bill Wursky are just like this. They worked on cases together. So the gentleman's agreement, which wasn't in writing, was verbal, and they talked Carmelo into making it seem like his past or those messages or whatever was going to convict him. And I believe it was together. I believe it was a collaborated attempt to not put him on the stand because even during Bill Wursky's academic class that he teaches on self defense, he even stated in his uh, what you call it, book or whatever, I can't think of the name right now, that a person that's on trial for self defense must always testify. So that is a good question. Why? Because it was a play. It was Metcalf's past that they didn't want to bring up because they knew if that jury heard about the racist remarks, the previous assaults, the documented issues in juvenile systems, probation
But
for a year,
them putting their hands on girls and hurting girls, like,
that would have substantiated what Carmelo said when he's saying that they attacked him.
yeah.
So
Oh God.
I'm talking too much. This is your time. I'm just
No, you're not talking for too much. I'm here to listen because I'm catching up. I'm coming over here to catch up because I got a bunch of other stuff that I'm looking into the Hayden situation.
mhm.
The Tupac trial is going on, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff happening all at once. So
And then the Mo 3 trial.
I
I was
know.
I was watching that a little bit today. Yeah, I was watching it. And you got all the bloggers, the Mo 3 sector. They was just in there going at it with each other. I'm like, what did I run into? What is this? YouTube wars? I'm trying to listen to the trial. But the
I'm
comments
trying to
is
stay
no.
away. I'm trying to stay away from that as much as possible because I have my own intel and what I know about what was going on, things
Mhm.
of that nature. There's a lot of stuff that people aren't paying attention to. And the simple fact that 10 fake bloggers had to get kicked out of the courtroom. Well, if they're fake bloggers, then what were they?
Right. And this
And
is
why were they
for
there?
we're
And
talking
why
about
were
Mo
they
3.
there? Yeah, for the Mo 3 trial. Like you got Little Dirk on trial right now.
It's a lot, isn't it?
It's ridiculous.
It's a lot. I had people in my chats earlier. Shouldn't you be on the Tupac trial? Because they don't want us to talk about Nolan or Carmelo. They would love for us, every black person on YouTube, just to focus on Tupac and focus on Mo 3. They do not want why is that? They do not want us talking about Nolan or Carmelo.
Well, I think people are really against anyone talking about Carmelo right now. I really think that's just what the agenda is. I think the Nolan Wells conversation is more preferred, but even that, I think that's starting to die out because the truth is, every time you turn around, somebody's saying, "Oh, there's new evidence, there's new this, there's nothing."
Yeah,
Is
there's
everyone
nothing.
noticing that? There's nothing.
There is nothing, but I did hear today. So I did. here with Nancy Grace's show. She did bring out. She had what it was, a Cajun Navy on, the guy that was with Christine, and she did pull out uh, of him, Christine Wansley's initial reaction, which was devastation. She dropped to
Yeah.
her knees, you know, and then so I did appreciate that part. And then she has a picture of his body position and said he was half in the water and half on the sand. So did she, that show did bring that out, because now I'm questioning, like, did was he laid there, or did he? How did he
Well,
wash up? Go ahead.
if he washed up, I mean, it's very possible that with dead weight, you know, part of the body could be on the sand and the other part of the body could be still, in the water. Like, dead weight is dead weight. It's going to anchor. It's going to, you know, I don't know if that actually means anything other than the fact that he washed up. The problem that I'm having is how is there no time of demise?
Right.
Like, none? There's none.
Not right now. We don't. They just having this.
How?
I don't.
How
Right.
is there no time of demise? Like, how was there autopsies? How was there a toxicology report? Because those things would show, like, when the body stopped working, when the
Mhm.
body shut down, how long at, like,
It would, and I don't know why they have it so secretive. As if they don't, they act like that they always do it this way. But there is all kind of cases in Mississippi that they come out and they give you the preliminary results of the autopsy, the cause of death versus the manner of death before it goes to the grand jury. I have no
I
idea
know,
why this case is so secretive at all.
I know.
And then another thing she brought out today that I thought that was interesting is that the coroner, when he got to the coroner's office, into the family room, the coroner came into the room and told the Wansleys it's Nolan. He was 100% positive that it was Nolan, but then proceeded to not allow them to identify him and then say, well, we can't identify him by his face or by fingerprint. We have to identify him by dental records. So how were you 100% it was Nolan? Which one is it? Or did you not just want them to see how his body was? Or was it? I don't understand how you can be so positive that it's Nolan, but then say, "Oh, it was so badly decomposed that I can't make a visual identification, or and I can't even get a fingerprint from him." But we have to
Yeah,
do
but
this.
badly decomposed, how? In the water?
Right,
Like, water preserves.
exactly. And then the body wasn't waterlogged at all. So I'm just interested. Yeah, but you
No, I'm
got
just saying,
thousands.
if he was in the water, like, it would be one thing if he was sitting out there in the heat and just on dry land. That would, change decomposition. It could speed up decomposition, but water is cooler, so it would, like, why was he unrecognizable?
Right. But how was he recognizable to where he can go into the office, Justin? This is initial. This is the first day. This is the day they found Nolan. There was no dental records completed prior to him going into that office and telling them that it's Nolan. It was on the. This is from the scene straight to the coroner's office. Is
Like,
what I
did
heard.
did wildlife get to his
It's possible.
to his body? But if that's the case, wouldn't they have said that by now?
You would think so, Jack. I've never seen nothing like this before. If you know he drowned, why don't you ease people's mind just by coming out and say it appears to be the cause of death was drowning, the manner of death was this, but it still needs to go to the grand jury. Why
No,
not?
this is. I'm just saying, this is insane. This is what we're talking. Going on 2 months. It'll be 2 months. Top of September. Top of September is right around the corner. You
Right.
you're telling me that y'all still don't y'all can't just let everybody know whether or not there was water in his lungs or not.
Exactly. And then
What
the
was in his throat? Was his hyoid bone broken?
what was that on the back of his head?
Well, I mean, that was where, you know, A good amount of the red liquid in our veins settled at the back of his head. That could have been a blunt force trauma, or it could have just been,
Blood pooling. However,
yeah.
he was found face down, so the blood will pull not to the back. It will pull to the
Well, he
front.
was found face down after washing up
True.
on shore. That doesn't necessarily mean that when, he met his end, that he met his end that way.
That's true. That's true.
It,
We just
it's
don't know, right? It's just driving me crazy because they won't tell us. They know, but won't tell us, right? You're right,
my
Jay.
thing is there's so much information that if you were going to hold this, you should have held everything.
I agree.
Like this is the problem that I have with the media being so heavily involved in all of this stuff, because all that anyone could do is confuse and conflate. But Tatum,
They
they've
had to.
just been letting him run amok.
Yes, and not only Tatum, little Eddie Palzik is a troll lawyer. He trolls all day on Facebook. That's all he does is troll, and he's President Trump's ex lawyer.
Well, you want to know the sad part about it?
Hmm.
If he's an ex-lawyer, that ain't saying much for him, because usually the Donald keeps attorneys.
Especially good ones.
He keeps attorneys. So if he got rid of you, that speaks volumes in itself. Like that's like he
Only
collects
does.
attorneys like he collects ties.
I agree.
So
I agree.
it damn near broke his heart to part ways with Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah. Well, he probably thought he was a really good, smug lawyer. Very smart. I don't think Eddie is, though. I just don't think he's a good attorney, to be honest with
No, Eddie just seems like the kind of dude that would be willing to do anything.
you. Hmm.
Honestly, rather than messing with these kids, he should go down there since he's right over there. Florida's just down the street. Go on over there and help the Tates.
Right.
Help the Tate brother. Join their because they like lawyers that like being on social media. Like, get away from this whole situation.
I agree. And then now they're saying that the Carmelo Anthony appeal is going to go all the way to 2027. We just have to be patient. But like you and I talked about the other day, what Russell Wilson did was brilliant. He allowed the evidence that wasn't presented in the first trial was
Yeah.
presented during the new hearing trial, so it's now allowed to be considered a part of the
And
trial.
which is fabulous.
Hmm.
Fabulous. That's a great thing.
Yeah.
So, which brings us to Mr. Metcalf. What is
He still doesn't want to admit that Hunter and Austin were the problem. I mean, even Hunter in his news interview says that Carmelo made a mistake.
well?
So how did a mistake turn into intent?
Well, this is my thing. Good for him that he's willing to admit. And even if you don't want to put all of the responsibilities on your boys, at least be willing to say that they played a part in what happened.
I
And
agree.
this is the problem with Jeff Metcalf. He gets stuck in a narrative and he doesn't want to move until he has no choice. And
Yeah.
then he wants to go. Now what now? So who was this black man in this
And
head?
Tatum 2.0. I don't know his name. Let me see. His name is Tatum 2.0. I don't even know his name. I've seen him more than once beside Jeff Metcalf. That's what they do. Like Megan, she has a black friend too, a woman that she flaunts around
You
as
talking
well.
about Megan Kelly?
Megan Metcalf.
Oh, Megan Metcalf.
She has
Oh,
a black
okay.
lady friend too that she flaunts on social media. Well, this is what Jeff does as well. They're trying to undo the damage he did when he came out and called us all kind of names
Oh, started
because
talking about that racial stuff and then talking about how he's Indian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Where's his
Ain't we
reservation
all?
card? I want to see his reservation card. I want to know what tribe, because if he doesn't know the tribe, I would love to just like induct him into the Slapaho tribe.
Slap a whole try.
Uh,
For sure.
because from what I heard, he's got a lot of Slapaho-ness in him.
Yeah. Which is why Megan left, I believe. So
Oh,
he's the one that probably taught his boys the anger and the bullying. And of course we know that they had to learn the racism thing from, you know, him.
well,
So
train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is older,
and then
he
he
will
wants
not
to
depart from him.
blame us for your son's demise when you the one taught him to hate in the first place for no reason.
See, the anniversary. I got an anniversary coming up for the life and the passing of my son. So I have great sympathy
Yeah.
and some empathy for all parents who've lost children, especially grown children or children, making their way to their adult life, like, just children that you've had time with, children that you've spent your life with, like regardless of what kind of parent you are, no one could take anything away from that. Like you talking about, the Cajun Navy, reporting that Christine was absolutely distraught. You know what? Absolutely. Why
Yeah.
wouldn't she?
Right.
I can't take that from anyone. I don't have an issue with whether or not she feels pain that her child is gone.
Hmm.
That's not where my issue stemmed.
Right.
It's just how we conduct things and what we choose to focus on, what we make the focus. It's all a lot. And I don't trust Nancy Grace. I
Me
do
neither.
not trust her
Me neither.
at all. I mean, she can sit there and do the good cop, bad cop thing.
Hmm.
There's a flashlight cop Tatum all she wants. I understand what her I understand what her assignment is. You
Right.
know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I get it.
I do too. And and the reason why I watch Nancy is not that I take everything that she say as I I don't as truth. I don't take everything she says as
I
truth.
watch Nancy because I want to see what lie and what agenda they got her pushing,
Yes.
because
Yes.
I know they got her working.
Yes. Yes. And for a minute I was like, what is her angle here? Asking how was Christine, what was her first reaction? Is she doing it to show the world that she was emotional at first, or are you doing it to troll? Because people are starting to basically talk about the multiple interviews that she's been doing, and
I
I don't know.
told you she's doing too much, in my opinion. She's doing too much.
Yeah,
She's doing too much.
it was somebody
She's
else that
been
said that too.
she's been interviewing more than she's interviewing more than Hayden Panettiere's mom. Like, and they Hollywood.
Yep, I want to show you what this other lady said. Can I show you real quick what she said
Sure.
about it? And I actually agreed. I actually did. Hold on one second.
It's confusing people. Her
Yeah,
behavior is confusing people.
yeah. Okay, hold on.
Hey, my beautiful people. So I am starting to have a problem with Nolan Wells' mother, Christine, in her interviews. There is nothing wrong with her talking about Nolan's personality and speaking about Nolan. But when you're going on these interviews, you need to be talking about what's not being done. And see, this is the performance of it. This is the Ben Crump effect. This is the Al Sharpton effect. This is why I knew when they got on the case, it was going to go south real quick. People are out here doing things to help Nolan Wells get justice, telling things that they know, and you're not mad enough for me. Now, when I say she's not mad enough for me, I'm not talking about her grief and upset. I'm talking about the way she's displaying it on these interviews, the way that she's allowing Ben Crump, Al Sharpton to groom her. I need her to give me a little bit of Tamir Rice's mother. Like when she seen what Ben Crump was about, she was done. Because here's the thing. Use the platform to remind the world what is being done in this Nolan Wells case. Like we're here on social media, but you're on major news outlets that are posting your interviews. You need to be reminding the world that the DA in Mississippi is withholding information. They're taking too long with this evidence. They have body parts of Nolan Wells that has not been given to the independent person doing the autopsy. There is conflicting stories of the time frames. Everything that's up in the air, that's questionable. When she does an interview, that's what needs to be talked about. That's what needs to be reminded to this world as a nation, to this nation. Like, use your platform. Don't let nobody forget. That is how you apply pressure. So I hope she comes to her senses and do not let Ben Crump and Al Sharpton continue to groom her and lead her down this direction, because I'm going to tell you what, she's not going to get what she's looking for.
Okay, so what do you think about that? Because I honestly do agree. And this is no shade to Miss Christine at all. I 100% support the Wansleys. Please do not take it that way. But really, what she's saying is you're talking about the wrong things. You need to apply pressure. Talk when you get these big platforms. Talk about how you don't know what happened to your son. Talk about how they haven't returned the throat to Dr. Mitchell so he can complete his autopsy. Talk about the fact that they sealed the records. Talk about that stuff. What do you think, Jack? I can't hear you. Okay, you might have to leave and come back in because you sound it's like you're breaking up and muzzled.
I got the robotic thing going on here too. It started when you started, but I'm gonna drop out and come right back.
Okay, all right. So while we're waiting on Jad to come back, what do you all think about what Tammy said? I actually agree with what Tammy said, and this is not me throwing shade at Miss Wansley at all. But who is not allowing her to tell the important stuff or talk about the important stuff, to hammer in the silence, because that's what it is. It's silence. Jag will be right back. She had to drop out and come back in, but it's silence. We need for them to know that we are still watching, we are still asking, we are still demanding answers. But it is what it is. What do you all think? Let's read some comments while we wait on Jag. My Archangel says, sorry, Auntie, been really busy this morning. Replay Truth Game. Thank you so much. Salute, Jack. Let me see. Tatum is Samuel on the Django Dingleberry tribe. Let me see. Okay, she is back. All right. Jaguar Wright is back on the stage. Let's talk about, but you still sound like,
I know.
okay, I can hear you though.
How about now?
It's a little better.
I'm telling you, this technology. Okay, it sounds a little better.
Yeah, a little better. Yep. I can hear you.
Okay. You asked me what I thought of that very well thought statement that you just played. And I would have to say, I think I've already said a lot of that.
I know. That's why I played it for you. Like somebody else just said the same thing you said.
I think I've said, I do not understand what you're focusing on. I do not understand why you're sitting in interviews talking about Nolan wanted you to become a social media person, and you're not talking about the autopsy. You're not talking about where are the facts. You're not like, and that's what I meant when I said it's It's hard. She's making it hard not to look at her crazy with the things that she's choosing to do with her media, with her platforms. And then on top of that, the people that you're attached to, they have history as being low key very divisive when it comes to high profile black cases and their political background and ties. Like it's just
I hear you. I've been hearing
yeah,
that a
I
lot.
agree. I agree. And all I can say is I've been saying it for a while now. Shorty needs to take a break. She needs give me a break. Give me a break.
She said,
Break
"What
me off a
does?"
piece of that. Please sit down and chill.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely understand. We have a question. Does her reproach have to do what? I think you mean, Marissa. Are you saying what does her reproach have to do with the threat sent to AI to Al by the attorneys? Oh, nothing. We're at the end of the conversation. We talked about that already. We talked about that like in the beginning of the live. We're at the
What
end
are
of
we
the live.
talking about? What happened? I
Um,
missed something.
look, Eddie, look, the troll attorney for those three boys, Jax, Morgan,
Oh,
and
yeah.
Warren sent Al Sharpton this pre-lawsuit threat, and Al Sharpton said, "Bring it."
Well, of
And
course, because he's sitting over there rocking with he got association and tied it in Rock Nation lawyers. So of course he gonna say bring it.
yeah,
He got association with lawyers that know how to hold things up in court for 10 years until people forget that there was actually a case to begin with. So I can understand why he would say that.
yeah, and he wants to depose the boys. I mean, Eddie, like I said, he's a troll. He's a troll lawyer. He just runs
Yeah.
around the internet threatening big, huge platforms. You know, people with money like Nancy Grace. You
Well, it
know,
sounds like he's a shakedown artist. That's what it sounds like to me.
exactly, exactly. So
And Trump didn't want to keep him. That's a problem.
Trump didn't want to keep him.
That's
I
a problem.
it is, it is, it is.
Oh,
So it's very important that we just continue to talk about these kids. To be honest with you, I mean, I know
it's
that I am.
funny.
Go
There's
ahead.
another case that just popped up in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Little less than a week ago, the Cajun Navy found the remains of
Jadarius,
a
J-
15-year-old.
Jadarius Merriweather. They've already made arrest. He was a black man. They did that to that little boy. They were just find. They were searching for his body.
I
They
know.
knew. Yeah,
I
they found
know.
him. I'm glad because the mother was like distraught. Yeah,
See, do you see what I'm saying though? No one's talking about that boy. No one's talking about that situation. People are getting answers over there. Nolan has the entire they've got the concentrated effort of the whole of the entire country focusing talking about this case, and there's no nothing.
there's nothing that's been released, and people are slowing down talking about it. So, because we don't
Right.
have like any real answers to keep it going, it's like they're trying to starve the case and wants to sweep it under the rug. I haven't heard
Why?
Ben or Al really say anything about it since Nolan's birthday, I believe.
Yeah,
So yeah,
they last big media effort. I just I
yeah,
pray I pray that whatever it is that happened to him, if there is foul play, I pray that justice for
Serve.
justice for them. I listen to me. I know what it's like to have a child pass away and you can't get justice for that kid, and the law sweep it all up underneath the rug. That's the part of the reason why I even bother paying attention to this. They literally no build what happened to my son. They no build his unalivement, and then that boy went and took two other lives.
Unbelievable.
If they had have convicted Caleb for what he did to my son, two other people would probably still be walking around.
Yeah.
That's
Sad.
Texas justice for you. That's Texas justice for you.
Texas is backwards when it
No,
comes.
it's not. No, it's not. Texas is very straightforward. Texas is very straightforward and direct. Whoever's paying
Oh yeah,
is going to get justice.
that's crazy work.
Justice goes to the highest bidder. So the question is, who's paying to make sure that Carmelo is where he's at?
You know they are.
And I'm
Somebody.
going to say allegedly, because I'm not trying to bring no heat. But what I've learned about Texas justice that I've experienced for myself. Collin County is right next to Dallas County, and Dallas County is right next to Tarrant County. They all do business and shake hands very often.
It was a complete railroad.
Carmelo's case, they paid extra attention. So the question is, who paid to make sure it went down that way?
Yep,
Who?
that
Who?
is a good question.
Who? Because that's what I know. That's what I know, and that's what I've experienced. And like I said, all of this stuff that they're doing, this is happening on an election year. And I do believe that a lot of these cases with these kids are going to be heavily politicized, which is why they're getting the publicity that they're getting, because the next 4 months are going to be big, huge for the political stage.
Yeah,
Huge.
I agree.
So, what politicians are going to benefit from using the demise of these children?
This, you see what's on the screen?
I saw somebody said condolences.
Yes,
Thank
but I
you.
yes, and it's Jag. What is his name? The best Jamila. Jag is the one that lost her son. The Jaguar Wright is the one talking. You can't see her face, but she's up there.
I'm here.
Yep.
I'm here. I'm not cammed up because
Yes.
I'm on bed rest right now. I'm resting myself right now, but
Gotcha. Now I can't hear you
I'm
anymore.
here.
Now I can.
I'm here.
Hi, Jag. Nice
I'm
to see
here.
you.
Hi.
But I wanted you to look at the person that I pulled up on the screen. This kid, a, w- a white kid, was found hanged this past Sunday in North Carolina.
Mm,
Caleb Cage, he was hanging from a tree in the back of a shopping center. What do you think
what's
that's
going
about?
on?
Because the week before that, it was a American kid that was hanged. And the week before that, this is all in North Carolina. It was another African American man hanged. And now the most recent is a white man hanging. Who do you think is doing these hangings?
I don't know, but I'm telling you right now, I I don't want to say it.
Okay,
I don't
I
want to
see it.
say it on your channel, but I will say this. Our government is in a shambles. Our country is in a great state of just political chaos. And today, in our Patreon kick meet up that we have on Wednesdays and Sundays.
Hmm.
We actually pulled up a documentary. It's on Tubi. Everybody can check it out. It's called DURGS's Are Us. And it's a documentary about how the United States, it was done by John Potash, the same guy who wrote the book that, Set in the West has been reviewing
Okay.
regarding the Tupac trial. Because Tupac is in the documentary as well as Keefe D. Uh, and it's been around for a little bit, but we were just going over that portion today of what the government did to literally railroad Tupac, and how it kind of pointed the fact that there's most likely government involvement in what happened to him and his demise. And
And
just
allegedly
talking
did it.
about, well, I mean, let's just be real. Diddy has political ties and government ties, no different than the Jigga Man does, no different than most of these rappers do. Like, if nobody's paying attention, every last one of them are snitches. There is not one hip hop trial that's going on right now where you're not finding that people were paid informants or people were snitching
Yeah.
to either get off of being prosecuted or getting lesser charges or literally helping frame someone else so that they didn't have to take responsibility for it. And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about all of these unalive children, all of these children coming up missing, all of these children. It's weird
It is.
that all of this is happening on an election year. And as much as I hate to say it, if you look at that documentary, you will see how the C to the I to the A has been single handedly responsible for our country and it being overrun with the D to the R to the U to the G to the S's, and how it has been commerce, bank exchange. Do you know how many of the universities were built with
Yeah.
illegal farmer money? Damn
And
near all of
prisons
them.
too. Yeah.
Damn near all of them. So, like, I think that as much as I hate to trivialize the passing of these children, I think we need to look a little bit closer. Like when they go out of their way to turn all of this stuff into Where's Waldo, when all of these things should be easily figured out, like the
Right.
kind of technology that we have, the kind of investigative tools that law enforcement now has, investigative teams, CIDs, and so on and so forth. Like, there's no way it should be as hard to solve these cases as it is,
I
or
agree.
as they're making it out to be. It doesn't make any sense. It's absolutely asinine.
I agree. Jack, somebody asked what's the name of the documentary. It's DRUGS. And what was the second name?
Are us.
R Us. DRUGS. And then
Are
R
us.
Us. Yeah. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
gonna watch that. But go ahead. I'm
You
sorry.
need to watch it. No, you need to watch it because it goes to show you, like, all of the instances that they talk about Tupac and him being pow powed in New York, and then the way he was pow powed in Vegas, and then there was the whole SA case that never got solved. You know what I mean? Because when he passed away, he was literally out on bond. It never made it to trial.
Right.
We still don't even know what happened with that. Like, we were talking about that today, and I'm
She
just
lied.
like,
I mean, in
hmm.
my opinion, she lied. Flat out, in my opinion. So
And guess what? Never had to be held accountable for it. Never
nope.
had to be held accountable for it because he passed away before it ever went to trial.
And
So, hmm,
then she get on Vlad and do an interview with Vlad about a year ago, talking about her and Tupac were still friends.
how?
After, right. He's not here to tell the true story. But that's the story she put out there with Vlad.
Hmm. People always got something to say when they go over the flag. Yet in this documentary, there is actually like full testimony that
Mhm.
Keefe D was enlisted in exchange for not being sent to prison pretty much for life for illegal, drug
Right.
trafficking or whatever. He was enlisted to take the rap for the unalivement of Tupac Shakur
Tupac.
to cover for the government.
Oh, I believe that. I heard that the alleged officers were out of Michigan,
Hmm.
Detroit, or something like that. I heard that. I don't know if it's true, but I heard that.
You know, it makes you wonder what's really behind what's going on with Nolan.
Yeah.
What's really going on with that? Like, why are they being so cagey, so suspicious, as if they don't know how that's playing in the media, as if they don't know how that's playing with the general public? They know. They
They do know.
know. They know what this is doing. So why are they doing it? Unless they're trying to trigger a certain reaction or have enough time. Like I just saw a whole content creator doing a video talking about one of the boys, they're selling the boat. And my thing
Yeah.
is, okay, they're selling the boat. Was the boat ever searched? Has the boat like
No. It was three boats, possibly four, that went to Horn Island. We only
yeah,
have data. They only released data for one boat. That is the Triton. And that's
right.
GPS data. They didn't release the GPS for Bart's boat. They did do a search on Bart's boat, but I don't believe Nolan was on Bart's boat, to be honest.
Does
I'm not
anybody
sure.
even know what boat he was on?
Warren keeps switching up the story. Warren says that I don't want to lie. I will have to go back and look at his interview again, which I plan on doing because we catch him in a lie every time. Because Jack, so Warren said when they got back, they ran in and Nolan didn't ask for his phone. How many of you guys know that you can't run on water? So where did you run into and where did you get back to? Now the other friend in another interview, Jax, said similar. When they got in, Nolan didn't ask for his phone. See, they're
Got
telling
it.
on themselves. You got to look
Yeah,
at those
but what are they
interviews.
telling? But what are they telling? Because I don't think any of them were sober enough to actually remember what the hell happened.
I mean, that's true.
In my
That's
opinion, they all sound drunk out of their mind. White boy wasted.
white boy wasted.
And people are not paying attention to the fact of where they are. They're in Mississippi, off the coast of Mississippi in the water. Do you know how hot it is in the middle of the day?
Yeah.
Drunk
So,
in
yeah,
the heat. Do you know what drunk in the heat does to the mind? It turns into mush.
yeah, I believe that too. Crazy
I
work.
think they might be hiding things. I also think they might not be able to remember things either. I don't think any of them make credible witnesses. So sitting there, that's why I'm saying the forensics is what matters the most.
It does.
The
And they're not
forensics
giving us
is
the
what
forensics.
matters.
Yeah. And they're,
No,
yeah.
they got us
And they're,
talking to these stupid little drunk kids. And
only three of them,
as much
though,
as
even though it was 20. Even though it was 20, only three.
yeah, only 3 out of the 20, and I believe they were all drunk. Even the other little black boy that was supposed to be Nolan's friend, he was sitting there talking about how he was in a fight that day. They was drunk and they was fighting and they was acting the fool. Everybody sitting there talking about whether or not Nolan had pharmaceuticals in his system. Have any of those other kids been checked to see whether or not they do
I don't think so.
substances?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Nope.
Why not? See, people sitting there talking. No, because see, a drunk man speaks a sober mind, and sometimes there are admissions. If you're willing to sit there and pin that on someone who's no longer here, then why ain't you checking the people that are alive? Because birds of a feather flock together.
True. They do. Now
Like
the audio's doing the same thing. Lord have mercy.
they hating on me.
Of course they are. They're always hating. Jag, it's crazy. Yeah, we know, but I can make out what she's saying though. She can't do any better right now because that's what YouTube does to her. But yeah, you're right, Jag. I agree 1000%. And they're all trying to keep their story together because it's not the true story, to be honest with you.
Because they
Because
don't, because they can't probably remember what the hell is going on. And more importantly, they're being told not to tell what they do remember. See, if they tell
there
the
you
truth
go.
about what they do remember, it might point fingers at the forensics that they're hiding from us.
Right. I agree. I agree. I just pray Nolan gets just. I mean, I pray that we find out what really happened to Nolan Wells. I need to know. Yes, I can see your comment. Which one is it? That's it, Jag. This evidence. I said that. That's all the comments I see. Yep, I agree with you 1000%, Jag. And I also would like to know why. Why are they being so secretive with this? It's just
Exactly.
you know that
Why?
the Biloxi, that's where the Noxie, what is it? What is it called? Something Mafia. Dixie Mafia. That's
Yeah.
headquarters for Dixie Mafia. And they all might be connected. Allegedly. I don't know for a fact, but I read up on that.
I
Dixie
mean, the
Mafia.
truth is, Mississippi is a very, very, very complicated state, and it is the perfect place to create one of these kind of unalivement mysteries for people to ogle over. But I think they're using this kid, and I think they're using this story for whatever reason. I believe there's something bigger behind it, much bigger behind it.
I agree. We know that. But you know what? Michael Brown wasn't that an election year as well? The Michael Brown.
Yeah,
Mm,
yeah. And as much as I hate to say it, they ain't
George
got no
Floyd.
problem with sacrificing. They ain't got no problem with sacrificing people to get them politically motivated.
Wow.
How many votes did you know, Trayvon Martin win for the Democratic Party? I
Wow.
and then his mother ended up going into politics after that too, didn't she?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
She
she
might
was
have.
writing bills. She was writing bills and stuff. Sure was. She got right political, and they used her and Trayvon's story. So hmm. Well, Auntie Leah, I'm not gonna hold you up. I just wanted to stop by. I'll get
Well,
back down into the comments and moderate, but I'm glad that you haven't abandoned this. I'm glad that you haven't given this up. I'm
I'm all,
glad that you're not letting them bully you.
I can't be bullied. If they don't know that by now. They demonetize everything, but it's okay. I still gonna talk about Nolan and Kendrick and Carmelo. But before you go, drop down. Can you give us what your thoughts on Dolly Parton?
Well, I did a little acknowledgement of her last night from a Tuesday talk, but let me say while I'm here, she
Yeah,
was really something else. She was really she was one of a kind, and that's all that there is to it. She was just one of a kind, very talented. I loved her work. I remember watching her movies when she was growing up, and I remember just I remember her, and I'm grateful for her. I just can't get past the uncanny like coincidence of her passing on the 25th anniversary of Aaliyah passing away.
Yep, I heard that on social media. Wow. And what? How many years has it been?
Bizarre. 25.
Is that 25th year anniversary? Wow,
Yeah,
that's crazy. Wow.
it's insane. It's like for me, it's just like, and then looking at the proximity. Everyone knows the proximity between Aaliyah and Mr. Carter. And then there was the whole situation with them reaching out to Dolly Parton so that she could kind of legitimize the Cowboy Carter effort. And she gets
Mhm.
involved with Mrs. Carter. And then the next thing you know, her husband dies. And then she turns around and passes away. And for me, it was just like kind of weird because it reminded me of Clarence Avon, who they called the godfather of the music industry. And it was just really weird because I remember he went to the Rock Nation brunch and he was perfectly fine and he was vibrant. And then the next thing you know, somebody breaks into his home, pops his wife in the back with a machine firearm, and then all of a sudden he has dementia and he passed away after hanging out. Like, what is it with when it comes to people hanging out with the Carters? Like, I don't understand.
Me neither. Me neither.
It's really, really, really just uncanny, uncanny, just crazy set of circumstances. And
I
all
agree.
I know is that I hope that, people, it's very nice to see an artist come and go where it doesn't create division. Like, it doesn't matter what color people are.
Yeah.
Everyone is, just looking at the memory of Dolly Parton. And I also love the fact that it's, reigniting people talking about, I Will Always Love You, and the connection to Whitney Houston and what that record did and the money that she took and the philanthropy that she did and,
Right.
helping
Yep.
create, just positive commerce in black impoverished areas in Tennessee.
Yep.
And she did some really, really, really awesome and interesting things. She
She
did.
did.
Some people thinks that maybe she was, in on the dark magic society. Some people feel that way. I'm not going to get into doing a whole bunch of speculation. What I do find weird is it was about 5, 6 months ago. People said that she was on her way up out of here, said that she was,
Hmm.
and she to get on social media and tell everybody, don't you dare count me out. I'm doing okay. Don't you believe what people are
Yeah.
telling you? And now here she is. She's really gone.
I remember
So,
that she did that video and she
yeah.
didn't tell us exactly what she was going had, but she was saying she was going through treatments and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
her husband had just passed away. And,
yeah.
so I rest in peace. I guess those are my thoughts on Dolly
Yep.
Parton. Rest in peace. I'm gonna be watching Steel Magnolias sometime this weekend and
Yeah.
getting a kick out of her. Do you remember her in that movie?
No. I probably never have watched Steel Magnolia.
You've never seen Steel Magnolias?
No, but I'll watch it tonight. I've
Oh,
never seen it.
if you want to have yourself just a good old like girlfriend, women standing by women. Dolly Parton played the hairdresser and the barber and the local beauty expert
Yeah.
in the
Hmm.
in the movie, and a lot of the great scenes were them coming together at her at home beauty salon with her husband, who was a struggling construction contractor, and she was trying to hold it all together, and just
Hmm.
the scenes that happened in there. And she was very heartfelt. She was very heartfelt.
Rest in peace, Dolly Parton.
Rest in peace to Dolly.
Yep. And thank you for coming up again. Everybody, please give a shout out to Jaguar Wright.
Well, I haven't been, for a while there, I was trying to stay away because I didn't want to bring too much craziness to your platform. But I figured, you're having some really important conversations, and I just wanted to come and weigh in and just listen to your point of view because I do appreciate it, and I appreciate what your audience has going on here. And I just want to tell people and remind people to keep supporting. She's a part of our community.
Right. My channel is a part of Jag Nation, Jag Country. So please make sure you follow Jaguar Wright. If you don't follow her now, I did drop her link. And also Set in the West, which is her producer. I dropped his link as well. Please like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. Become a part of
the
salute to you. And we love you, Jag. You know that.
And we love you. We do. We appreciate all you do. And y'all better make sure that you keep hitting those likes and keep sharing this video. Get the word out there. Somebody's actually having a real conversation about what's going on with these situations. So,
amen. Love, Jag. All right, guys. So, what I'm going to do now is I do want to finish the Jeff Metcalf interview before I log out tonight because I didn't get to finish watching it, but I do want to hear the craziness that he has to say. So let me pull it back up unless it's finished. And then after that, we will reconvene. I probably won't be able to get on tomorrow night because I have to go to my son's football meet at a college. He has a meet the coach day. So I want to get there tomorrow. So if not tomorrow evening, definitely the evening after tomorrow. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notifications bell. So let's get back into this and we'll end it right after we get done.
Facts. So that means we have to treat these as facts. You cannot have, or you should not, people do what they want to. You should not walk away and say he did what he had to do. He pushed him. These are the things I've heard. And these are from people that I'm looking like, I don't understand what you're saying. He shouldn't have put his hands on him. As a young, having been a young boy, all I did was fight. Some of the people I had a fight with, we became friends after the fight. So we're telling all these young people, if somebody put their hands on you, you have the right to kill them.
No, but what you should do.
What the culture is saying.
No, wait, no. That's not what we're saying. What we are saying, so here we go with gaslighting. What we're saying, sir, is teach the kids not to put their hands on people. That's the problem. You teach the kids not to bully, and you teach the kids not to approach, because you never know what their target has to defend themselves. That's the issue. I cannot believe that people are not getting this. I cannot believe that people are not really getting the real issue when it came down to Carmelo Anthony. The very first crime committed was assault. The very first crime was when Austin grabbed his book bag, that's assault, and then proceeded to hit him or push, whatever they said. I saw a punch. They're gaslighting. We need to see the real video. But anyway, even if it is a punch, that is assault. Teach the kids the root of the problem. Do not approach. Do not attack. Period. Point blank. Oh, I swear he's Tatum 2.0.
That puts my children in harm's way. That puts your children in harm's way. As a society of people, in an imperfect America, very imperfect.
Let me tell you something, sir. We tired. You put your hands on me, and it's more of y'all surrounding me, Josh Gander, you gonna F-A-F-O. And you know what that means, and I can't say it. But don't go around putting your hands on people and bullying people. Because there's a lot of people out here that don't care about going to jail. And your life is just gonna it's just gonna be gone, okay? Because we're tired. Stop bullying. Bullies get got sometimes. And that's basically what happened. That's what happened. FAFO is what happened to Hunter and Austin. So again, teach your kids not to bully and to attack people. Because you never know what the victim has to defend themselves. Period. See, he's dead. He's never coming back. Carmelo has an out date regardless. Regardless of if he wins an appeal or not. He has an out date. Austin's permanently gone. Now I'm gonna ban you next time you say something silly.
Racism has destroyed people. It's robbed people. But I went to an all-white college with 3 black girls in the cornfield. Race did
See
not
this right here?
play a factor
You see
in
my commentary that I just said. This is how the trolls do. Put a 1 in the chat if you heard me mention race. Did I mention bullying and assault? Only. But this troll, this is what they do all day long. This isn't about color. I never said it was. Did I? I never said it was. They are the ones that incite race. It is not us that does it. You guys come in here all day long and incite race. Because in my speech, I said teach your kids not to bully and assault. I never said nothing about Austin Metcalf being white and Carmelo being black. Y'all need to go. Ban these fools, please.
the Midwest of Iowa in 1990. We've become more racist in America in the last 10 years than I've ever seen in my life.
Listen here, clown. You are not black. Okay? You are in here acting like a black with a fake profile picture. Bye. I'll ban you myself. Because you are disrupting my life. Never to come back again.
More freedoms, more opportunities. The racist is rearing its ugly head. So I believe we all have a responsibility to kill it at every time we can. Because every action is not racism. Some of it's ignorance, some of it's stupidity, and some of it's for gain. People put things in place so they can get likes, shares, followers, ratings. Because I really wonder, what would have happened if both the boys were black?
Race.
You
Incited race.
The cover for the last.
Incited race. They hired a black man, Tatum 2.0, and incited race. Well, let me tell you something. If both boys are black, Carmelo wouldn't be in prison. Let's be real. He'd have got off on self-defense because they don't care about nobody killing another black boy. That's facts. But also, if Carmelo was white and Austin and Hunter was black, I would be saying free Carmelo, the white Carmelo, because right is right and wrong is wrong. Do not assault nobody. Don't put your hands on nobody. Period, point blank, end of discussion. Do not approach and do not attack. It is what it is. If you want to live, do not approach, do not attack.
14 months. You'd be looking for other stories. Those are facts.
Look, her
so
ass
the question
over
becomes, what do we do as a society? Do we label Jeff a racist?
He is a racist.
He
is a racist. He the one said he let us know he's a racist. Now you're gonna come up and try to clean up what he did on national TV or what was it, a podcast? He is a racist dude, and you cannot take it back. You can't clean it up. Only he can. I can't watch this because I'm getting heated. My blood pressure going up.
Continue labeling me Uncle Festus, Uncle Ruckus, coon, traitor, sellout. It's a lot more out there, but I'm not a big social media person.
All of that.
But yet, I have a doctor's degree. I venture to say that in my 20 years, I've served more young black men than the NAACP, Urban League, and the vast majority of the churches together. I've given my life. But because when it comes to kids, it's not about the color of their skin, it's about the need and the purpose. So what do we do from here? The Austin Metcalf Foundation will, against all the odds, will go out and find and touch young people across the country. We will put in front of them what they need to understand.
Glad you said it. I'm glad you said the Austin Metcalf Society or whatever you name it was going to go out and touch all kids across the country, because that's exactly what Austin did. He reached out and touched Carmelo. That's what he did. That's what he did. And you still are not willing to teach the right lesson, which is do not approach, do not bully, and do not assault. So yeah, I'm glad you admitted it. Let's go. I'm sorry, y'all.
And what can happen if you don't get your emotions in check? For him, it's a gravesite to go visit. For the Anthonys, it's a prison cell. Those are the harsh realities. And if we don't start making that an issue, it's going to be another black and white issue soon. Y'all have another story to run for months and Sundays. But these become so far and few. It's not an everyday occurrence. But I can guarantee you this. I'll stake whatever the Lord has blessed me with, that this weekend across this country, some young black kid's gonna get killed by another young black kid. And we're not gonna chase this story. I guarantee you that. That's the problem. There's little value on this life. But because this life has value, it became a story. He just happens to be in the story.
Who made it the story? Who made it the story? Was it mainstream media that made it the story? I'm in the Midwest. I'm in the Midwest. I would have never known. Who made it the story? Who made it a worldwide story? The mainstream media. Us podcasters and streamers, we just continue the story because we seen you railroad a 17-year-old kid, sir. We see you glass right over the first crime, which was assault. You glass right over Hunter's statements, which said that we, in plural, me in Austin, got into an altercation and the kid made a mistake. And we seen you flip it to intentional unaliving. When out of the own mouth of the person that started the confrontation, Hunter Metcalf, said that we, plural, you watered it down to one, Austin. Hunter said Carmelo made a mistake. The government or the Collins County say, no, he premeditated this. And you don't understand the outrage? Well, you're going to keep hearing about it. You're going to keep hearing about it. Guys, we're going to get through this interview and I'm going to end. We are, but he keeps saying stuff that is getting next to me. Maybe I should not listen.
The saddest thing. 2 days ago, 5 a.m, someone's texting him from Kentucky. It's a kid. They go back and forth in this long, he shows it yesterday. I'm like, I don't want to see this crap. But he goes through this battery of texts with this kid to where the kid eventually is apologizing. It's a young black kid, so he just wanted to have fun. He's apologizing. He's thanking him for walking through it and not calling the police on him. So kids do dumb stuff. But unfortunately, in the society we're in, if you a parent, you have to tell your child, dumb stuff today in our current society can cost you your life or your freedom. And I'm the first person to say, if Camilla,
what Austin and Hunter did was dumb, and it cost Austin his life. But here you are getting ready to bring what Camelo did, and you're glossing over what Austin and Hunter did and 2 other boys or more. You're glossing over that. That is the beginning. That is the root issue. Stop acting like that Carmelo is some thug, a serial unaliver. That's why we mad.
Anthony was my son, 2 things would have, well, the first thing would have happened. He would accept the responsibility for what he did. I would have fell on the mercy of the court. I would have been calling the other family saying, I'm so horribly sorry.
He did. He did accept it when he stayed on the scene. He did when he stayed there crying. He did when he asked, is he going to be okay, Ruckus? He accepted responsibility. But he also knew that he asked them not to put their hands on him, and they did it anyway. I can't listen to this, y'all. I might have to end this.
Sorry.
Pissing me off.
And I believe that his parents, I've met them. I believe they're good, decent people, but they were misguided. Because that's what I would have did. And I would have had, hopefully, someone in his family saying, you know what? Show some mercy. Hold him accountable, but show some mercy. First mistake.
First of all.
Number 2.
This comment, what do you mean? See, Austin was in Carmelo's personal space. You got it backwards. You got it backwards. Austin, Hunter, and those kids were in Carmelo's personal space. Not Carmelo in theirs. So what you just said, pushing someone out of your personal space doesn't open you up. That is not even what happened. Okay? Hubert, what are you talking about? Blood pressure's rising. I'm going to have to put him out of here next.
Only my son. I would make sure that my son knows I love you. I'm going to try every appeal process for you. I'm going to fight for you. I'm going to show up at every parole because that's all I can do because I'm your parent.
Isn't that what he's doing? Isn't that what they're doing? You're talking about what they're doing now, showing up for their child through the appeal process, through the new trial request. That is what they're doing. What is this dude even talking about? He's contradicting himself. You know why he's contradicting himself? Because he knows what he's saying is 1,000% incorrect.
So I expect his parents to file every motion possible because I would do it as a parent.
Then shut up.
And you would do it as a parent. So we should not dog out the Metcalfs for wanting whatever is justice to them. If there's a justice, we should not target the Anthony family for fighting for their child. But division sells. Republican, Democrat, Blood, Crip, Omega, Kappa, CBS, NBC, CNN, Fox. At some point, when do we become normal people? That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping through this journey with this foundation, we're able to close the gap of division. We can be different, but we don't need to be divided. Because that's where we are today. We're divided. And when you make a choice that you believe is morally right, and you don't pick a side, then you're scrutinized by the side you didn't pick. When I wake up in the morning, I don't wake up to pick a side. I wake up to see what do I believe is right based on who I say I am. We got to start putting that in our children. Because believe it or not, 10 years with AI and all the other stuff out here, and whatever comes after that, 10 years is now like 50 years. So where things were like changing over the decade, it's going to be changing over the year. Somewhere along the way in America, in your community, next door neighbor, we have to start bridging this gap. And if we don't do that, I don't know what family's next. I don't know what mother's in pain. But there are mothers that the foundation sponsored gatherings with who are in tremendous pain. Killers haven't been prosecuted. The only difference between their situation and Jeff's is their kid was black, his kid was white. They were all killed by a young black person. And no justice. So yeah, we have some issues. We have some systemic issues. We have some culture issues. So the Austin Metcalf Foundation will be that gap, will be that bridge. And we're going to take this tragedy. I can't fix his pain. I can't change that. I can't change the nightmare that Carmelo Anthony's parents are going in, but I can try to prevent someone else to do it. And that's why I'm a part of the Austin Metcalf Foundation. That's why I believe in it. And that's why I will continue to believe in it and fight for it at every level. So when you attack that foundation, you attack me because I'm tied to it. So I will push back on anyone that attacks the foundation.
We're going to attack your foundation, sir.
As long as I have breath in me and I'm a part of it.
Nobody's.
With that, I will open the floor for questions.
Metcalf, I have a couple, three questions for you, sir. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with
Couple, three?
Couple, three, sorry. Three questions. You alluded to this. We all heard new information in court last week about Carmelo Anthony and about your son, including allegations of his use of racist words, violence, threatening violence. What would you say to people who think about Austin and the foundation in his name differently now?
I mean, if you're trying to judge a person on just a snippet of someone's life or a 10-second clip of someone saying something without having the whole context, I would ask these people, did you know my son personally?
Okay, so we can say the same about Carmelo, right, Chad? We can say the same thing about Carmelo when you guys are bringing up texts from 2021, okay? When you guys are bringing into court texts from when this kid was 12 to 13 years old and 14 and 15, then we can say the same thing, right, about Carmelo. And they weren't even text messages. They were messages on the game console while he was playing a video game. We can definitely 1,000% say the same thing, okay? Carmelo never went to juvenile. He wasn't on probation for a year. Your kids were for assault and bullying and putting a girl in the hospital. Let's be clear. There's no documented legal history on Carmelo, but it is on your children. So to me, Jeff, if you was forgiving, as you want to tell the world, oh, I forgave Carmelo, then why did you allow them to convict him of murder? Why not manslaughter? You didn't forgive anybody. You wanted them to throw the book at that kid without acknowledging that your children are the ones who initiated the attack. I can't listen to him no more. I want to go ahead. Guys, if y'all want to watch that, you can. I'll put the link in the comments. I can't listen to this because this type of gaslighting really makes my blood pressure go up. I really get angry because you're not addressing the root problem, which is bullying and assaulting people. I can't stand when they do this. But I do have one more clip I want to show, and it's about Nolan Wells, and then we're going to end for the night. Let's see what Trent has to say.
Josh Gill, incident commander for the United Cajun Navy, just sat down with Nancy Grace and spoke about the Nolan Xavier Wells case. And I hated every second of Josh's interview. I feel like this interview was set up and staged to shift the narrative. We have seen this play before, and I am not having it.
I knew it. I'm so glad you saw it too. I was looking at Nancy like, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do with Christine's reaction? Yeah, I saw it too.
Why is Josh sitting up there and telling us how amazing the sheriff was? And why is he telling us that the coroner saw no evidence of foul play? They are trying to rewind the time and erase everything that we found out about since July the 6th. Why is Josh telling us how frantic Christine was July the 6th when she found out that Nolan's body was identified? Oh, she was sitting down in gravel crying. Elmore was not that emotional. He was stoic. Why are you telling us all of this information, Josh? If they wanted us to know this, Christine and Elmore would have told us themselves.
But he messed up because he said that the coroner immediately came into the room and told the family it was definitely Nolan. He was positive it was Nolan, but then turned around and said that they couldn't identify him by his appearance or his fingerprints, and they had to do dental. So how did the coroner, how was he so positive then and wouldn't allow the parents to review the body? They didn't want them to see the state that the body was in. He messed up when he said that, and we caught that as well. Let's keep going.
We do not trust the United Cajun Navy. They have done some very suspicious things since the beginning of this investigation. And after this interview, now I know my intuition was right. However, as much as I hated this interview, I will give Nancy credit for one thing. Nancy had on a guest inspector that led us into some very important information. This inspector said that normally most bodies that drowned in water do not wash up on shore. He has never seen it, meaning if Nolan was in the water, how come his body was found on the sand? AKA meaning Nolan was probably placed there. There has been a ton of information over the past 24 hours in the Nolan Xavier Wells case. Sit back, relax. I'll tell you everything you need to know, and then I'll hand it off to you, the Out Louders, to let me know what you think in the comment section below. Pictured right beside me here is Josh Gill, the incident commander for the United Cajun Navy. I would like to remind you guys that the United Cajun Navy is a group of retired potential cops or potential captains or just people that have money that come together to do search and rescue. It's a nonprofit organization, okay? No sort of official authority, no government, there are no police. They are just like me and you. They're supposed to be out there to help people. But as you all know, they have done some very, very suspect things, and they have said some things about this investigation that I really, really question. And I'm going to show you guys, play some clips from this recent Nancy Grace interview that, to me, confirms my suspicion. Now, Nancy, first of all, kicked off this interview with something that I really didn't like. Nancy says, from what we can gather, Nolan passed away July the 4th. Now, right away, I was like, Nancy, why would you say that? We have no idea what happened. There's an active investigation. We do not know what happened. We don't know if he was back on the boat. We don't know if he went back on the mainland. We don't know what happened. We don't know what happened the 5th. We don't know what happened the 6th. All we know is that his body was found July the 6th around 9 a.m. And until this investigation is complete, I don't want to hear anybody assuming when Nolan passed away because we don't know. So when I heard that, I was like, yo, is Nancy gone over to the opposition? Has she gone over to the other side? Really didn't like that. Then after she makes that comment, she jumps over to July the 6th and starts talking with Josh Gill about him meeting up with Christine as soon as a body was found and them going over to the coroner's office together. And I'm going to walk you through this. Josh says that Christine was frantic. She called him because they had been talking since Sunday, and they were, on the phone back and forth, I guess, through Sunday, saying, hey, we're flying over, we're looking for your son, et cetera, et cetera. So by all means, from all Christine knew was that they are there to help, okay? So she calls him now frantic, saying, the sheriff just called me and said they found a body. Can you meet me at the boat launch, which is a base that they all got together, all the authorities and agencies got to one base. And he said, okay, I will meet you there. On that call, he's saying Christine was frantic. I already didn't like that because why are you telling this to us, sir? We don't need to know that. And if we wanted to know, Christine would tell us ourselves. She says she called Josh saying that the sheriff called her saying that a body had been found and that she wanted him to meet her at the base. Josh said that he had been in communication with Christine since Sunday morning. Nancy then asked Josh what Christine said to him when they first spoke, when they first got each other's phone numbers, July the 5th. What did Christine say about the day? And Josh says the only thing Christine ever told them was that Nolan went out to Horn Island with his friends, and he said that was totally normal. That's what a lot of people did. They got on boats and went out to Horn Island. I guess Nancy was trying to get some more information, didn't say anything. Then Josh went on to recount how Christine was. He says as soon as him and Christine met up at the search base, the launch boat area, they both ran into each other's arms and started crying. Josh says that he's a softie. He hugged her and they both were on the ground in the gravel crying for 15 minutes. Again, information that we were not privy to, that we don't need to know, and it does not need to be splashed all over YouTube. Now, I'm just doing my due diligence and telling you guys because it's already out there, which I hate to do. You guys know that. I hate to talk to you about Officer Tatum. I hate to talk to you about what these boys did. I hate to talk to you guys about what their defamation, little Tyler and little Eddie. But it's my job as a content creator, and that's why you trust coming to this channel, because I have to, because I give you guys everything as much as I'm reluctant to. But I don't need to know that information. Neither does any of you. And I've always said that our marching orders, my marching orders and your marching orders, should be from Christine, Elmore, and their legal team. Okay. Nancy goes on to say, well, how was Elmore? Another piece of information we don't need. He says Elmore was stoic and quiet. Why are you trying to make us think that Elmore doesn't care? Why are you doing that? You're saying that Christine was so frantic she was crying. You were crying, you were on the floor, but Elmore was stoic and he was quiet. And he's like, oh, that doesn't mean anything because everybody has different emotions. Why are you trying to subtly tell us that he doesn't care about his son? When we see on every single interview, Elmore is more emotional than Christine, but when he finds out he's just stoic and quiet, I really don't like this guy, Josh. Then they move on to talking about the body and how the body was ID'd. They were saying at this point it was just a body, but the reason why they were crying and on the floor, Josh and Christine, is because he said that Christine had mother's intuition. She didn't even have to see the body. They didn't have to tell her that it was Nolan. She knew. She's been searching the whole Sunday and beginning of Saturday. She just knew before it was already identified. And Josh said that they were saying prayers, et cetera, et cetera. Now, here is where the interview goes even more left for me. Josh says, the sheriff comes over to them and tells them that the body is en route to the coroner's office and they could go and see the body if they would like. Nancy asks him Is this the sheriff or just a deputy sheriff? Meaning the sheriff that we all heard about in the beginning saying, oh, I don't see any evidence of foul play. The sheriff that we don't like. The guy, Josh says, no, the sheriff. And then Josh proceeds to say, oh, and he was so nice. He was such a nice, amazing sheriff. I just would like to reiterate how compassionate he was. Josh knows that nobody likes that sheriff. Why are you trying to tell us how compassionate he was?
When the sheriff came over, was it the sheriff or a deputy sheriff?
It was the sheriff. He told Christine, here's what's going on. Here's where you need to go for further information. And again, extremely professional, extremely polite. And the biggest word I can use was he was compassionate.
Now they move on to the coroner's office. He says they walked into the coroner's office, and of course everybody was assuming that it was Nolan, but the coroner wanted a DNA sample for their records. Josh says Christine asked the coroner the condition that Nolan's body was in, and the coroner says, I see no evidence of foul play. Again, trying to shift the narrative. First, it starts off with Elmore being an unemotional father. Then he's trying to tell us the sheriff is the most compassionate, most understanding sheriff of all times. And then he wants to say, oh, the coroner says no foul play. Again, trying to get into our head, trying to shift the narrative.
She asked about the condition, and he went into, there were no immediate signs of foul play. No signs of trauma or any, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, any, signs of foul play. What we would consider that.
Nancy then goes on to ask Josh, was Nolan ID'd with DNA or dental records? And Josh says, I don't know. The first time he doesn't have an explanation or an answer for something. Then Nancy asked one of her producers, and her producer says Nolan was ID'd with dental records. So then Nancy has on an expert, an inspector, and she says, hey, why would Nolan be identified with dental records? Why wouldn't he be identified just visually or with fingerprints? Then the expert gives this answer to me that saves this entire interview. I was literally going to throw my computer out the window. But then he gives the explanation and says, normally, if there's just a body found and that you could visually, somebody can identify our fingerprints. But if you've been in certain conditions like hot weather, or if your body is in a state where they can't be ID'd, fingerprints or whatever, that is when they will go over to dental records and then also DNA. Then he goes on to say, while he's speaking about body condition, he says, if Nolan was in the water the whole time since he passed away, that would actually be good, because normally the water, if he's face down, the water would preserve the body. Then he goes on to say, but what I find weird is that normally if somebody drowns in the water, they normally stay in this area. It's very weird that Nolan was found in the sand right at the entrance of where the water is. I wonder why. Could maybe he have just been placed there?
Usually the water is cooler temperature, and if that person is face down in the water or completely submerged, their body is pretty well preserved until they surface. Usually a body after a couple of days surfaces. So I'm really surprised that he was on the shore. I've never personally investigated a drowning case where a person just ends up on the shore. Usually in bodies of water, the person will stay in pretty much the location where they go underwater if it's witnessed. They don't usually move around much after they have submerged or gone underwater. So to me, it's very concerning that he was on the shore, or that his body surfaced that quickly. But again, his position at the edge of the bank or partially in the water, that's really concerning, because there's tons of people around that area. If he was in that position or on the shore decomposing for a day or so, why did nobody see him?
That's proof from an expert, ladies and gentlemen. This theory of, Nolan probably, was in the water. He didn't know what was going on, and he was drinking, and, the sand just drops off so quickly, and then he drowns. Yeah, bodies don't wash up. This is not Hollywood. This is not the movies. You just heard it from an expert. So if Nolan passed away in the sand where a bunch of people were, how come nobody saw him? Just like this expert is asking. If Nancy did not put that part in this interview, woo, yo, I don't think I would have watched Nancy again, because I know some of you are on the fence about Nancy, but I feel like she has done a good job until this interview and putting on this Josh Gill, who I really do not like. But I'm still in Nancy's corner because she gave us a lot of insight with that inspector's opinion. Okay, that is all the information that happened in the past 24 hours. You guys now tell me what you think. What do you think about this interview? What do you think about Josh Gill? What do you think about the United Cajun Navy? And please remember, they are no official agency. They're just like me and you. They're here to just help people. I feel that they haven't been helpful. If you guys remember, one of the, I think it was the president or VP or something said, hey, we're here to help Christine, but she has to come and ask us for stuff. Don't forget about that. Also, in this interview, Josh says, oh, Christine and I used to talk on the Sunday and the Monday, and then when she got a lawyer, our communication stopped. Yep. Why are you saying these things? And I'm happy that Christine lawyered up, and I don't know if she stopped talking to them or not. I'm not saying if Christine likes United Cajun Navy or not. These are just my thoughts. But something happened along the way. Somebody got suspicious and the communication stopped. And the fact that y'all keep on going on Nancy Grace and talking about all this business, I would have stopped talking to you too. Anyways, let me stop talking so much because I really cannot wait to hear what you guys have to say in the comment section. Sound off. Did you like the interview? Did you like Josh? What do you think about this recent piece of evidence and information that we now know that normally, if you drown in water, you stay there. You don't normally just wash up on the sand. That is telling, okay? When you guys are sending off and let me know what you think, please do not forget a few things, okay? Please do not forget to like, very, very important, and please do not forget to subscribe. You know, we're working hard out here for you, so you got to subscribe. When you are subscribing, please do not forget there's a bell beside the join button. Make sure you click that bell and change the setting from personalized to all so you can be notified whenever we drop a video or if we go live. And you know, we're back working.
Okay, guys, that is the end of that interview. We appreciate the information that he gave us. We actually did watch the Nancy Grace episode. So if you missed it, just rewind the live or rewatch the live. I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up for the Truth Gang. I appreciate you. I thank you for everyone who gave a gift, everybody who sent a super chat. Shout out to you. I don't believe I will be live tomorrow evening. I might go live in the morning, so turn your notifications on. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you do like the content. We are going to end this live with the song that I wrote for Nolan Wells. And on the way out, I'm asking you to drop what happened to Nolan Wells in the comments. Salute. I love you. See you soon.
Mississippi, three boats went to Horn Island. Everybody came back except Nolan Xavier Wells. They brought his phone home, but they left somebody's son behind. This time, we want every answer. Mississippi, cough 'em up, cough 'em up, cough 'em up. Yeah. 4th of July, headed out in the sun. 3 boats on the water, but they came back -1. Nolan was 18 with his whole life plan. College football dreams and the future in his hands. They went to Horn Island, everybody there together. Sun on the coast, clear summertime weather. But something went wrong before the end of the day. When the boats left the island, Nolan somehow stayed. They said he made a choice, said he wanted to remain, but he cannot tell his side, so the question still remains. Why would he stay without his keys or his phone? Why would everybody leave and assume he made it home?
Who was the last one to see him on the sand? Who counted every person for the boats left land? Everybody got a story, but the timeline got a hold. Mississippi, tell Christine what happened to her soul.
Her baby did Mississippi. Cough 'em up this time. Bring them boys forward, put the truth on the line. We are not declaring guilt, we are demanding facts. Tell us what happened to Nolan and don't hold nothing back. Cough 'em up, Mississippi. Every phone and every boat, every picture, every message, every word that they spoke. His mother needs the truth, his father needs it too. Cough 'em up, Mississippi. Tell us what happened to Nolan Wells. Cough up the truth. Bring every hidden detail to the light. Cough up the truth. Mississippi, get it right this time. 431, they reportedly pulled away. But when was Nolan last independently seen that day? There's a window in the timeline, questions in between. What happened after 4 and what did witnesses see? One boat taking water, bills pumped, acting strange. A call went out for help, then the energy seemed to change. Voices in the background, confusion on the line. Who was on which vessel at that exact time? They reached the mainland, moved from place to place, but nobody turned around to search the island for his face. His mother knew a baby would not vanish on his own. After midnight, she reported that her son had not come home. Search teams hit the water when the morning brought the light. Then July 6th, the living news has shattered every life. Nolan's body found, but the questions only grew. Finding him was not the same as finding out the truth. Her baby didn't come home. Her baby couldn't call. Everybody had an answer, but nobody knew it all. If you were there with Nolan, come forward with the truth. A mother needs an answer. What happened to a youth? Cough 'em up, cough 'em up, cough 'em up, Mississippi. Cough 'em up this time. Bring them boys forward, put the truth on the line. We are not declaring guilt, we are demanding facts. Tell us what happened to Nolan and don't hold nothing back. Cough 'em up, Mississippi. Every phone and every boat, every picture, every message, every word that they spoke. His mother needs the truth, his father needs it too. Cough 'em up, Mississippi. Tell us what happened to Nolan Wells. Cough up the truth. Bring every hidden detail to the light. Cough up the truth. Mississippi, get it right this time. They did the autopsy, held the findings for review. The family sought another because they need answers too. Independent examination left the cause of man pending. The family's lawyer said the investigation was my ending. Questions about his neck, questions behind his head, questions about the tissue and what the findings really say. Where is the final report? What will the evidence show? How did Nolan lose his life? His family deserves to know. FBI assistant county still leading the case. Grand jury expected to review the evidence in place. Ben Crump still beside him said examine every fact. If the light